According to Opuru, the driver of the matatu was overtaking when the accident occurred. These people saw what happened. ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga has once again defended the party's cooperation agreement with President William Ruto, saying the partnership has stabilized the nation. Speaking in Kajiado County, the Homa Bay governor praised ODM leader Raila Odinga for accepting Ruto's request to join the broad-based government. In other news, in Uganda, presidential candidate has vowed to abolish Swahili language if he is elected. Mubarak Munyagwa said Swahili denies Ugandans international opportunities, given that it's not widely spoken in Uganda. English is Uganda's national language. Swahili was declared an official language in 2005 to promote regional integration within the East African community. Swiss voters have narrowly approved a plan to introduce voluntary electronic identity cards. With all votes counted, 50.4% of those who voted said yes to the proposal, while 49.6% rejected it. An earlier proposal was rejected in 2021 amid concerns the data would be held centrally and controlled largely by private providers. Sunday's revised proposal keeps the system in government hands. Data will be stored only on the smartphones of individual users, and digital IDs will be optional. It comes after the UK government announced plans earlier this week to introduce its own digital ID, which would be mandatory for employment as part of efforts to curb the number of illegal migrants living and working in the country. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. Good morning. It's I was going to say it's Tuesday. Lakini ningeambiwa
it's the day before Tuesday.
Unapeleka hii syllabus haraka sana. I learned that over the weekend. Things I was learning over the weekend. That kuna watu wanapelekanga syllabus haraka sana. Sindio? Okay, Christine, I don't know what she's doing, but just allow her. You know what I've just been reminded of? The gods must be crazy. They were trying to steal an ostrich egg from the nest.
Yep.
And the guy had to pretend like he was an ostrich. So he got some grass and he put it on his back. And he had a stick on his head. So that's what she just reminded me, how she was creeping. Dennis, talk. Okari, talk.
I'm good. How are you?
No, you're not talking. Talk again.
I'm talking.
Oi, EVE.
What's up? Evelyn.
Bas. Thank you very much. You do not know that. Muko salama lakini?
Uko fresh wewe uko aje?
Mimi niko poa.
Weekend ilikuwa fiti?
Weekend ilikuwa. Why is it? What did I do over the weekend? I was hooked on another series this weekend, man. Jeez.
Did you watch the last two I told you to watch?
Yes, I did.
No feedback.
I'm so sorry. You know, we've been talking every day except those. I was going to give you feedback. And I remember now that I wanted to tell you twice, hey, I watched it. But then I don't know what happened. We started talking about something else. But yes, I did. And the human mind is a crazy thing. Things that people do. Oh, wow.
This is in reference to one of those ones.
This is in reference to one of the ones you told me to watch. Yes, in fact, it was the Beast. Beauty and Yeah. And then there was the other one called... I've been watching a lot recently. But the one I watched over the weekend...
Love, Revenge, something.
Yes.
Yes.
But the one I watched over the weekend, so that you know that this cattle rustling, for which is the headline in today's Standard, it did not start in Africa.
You watched a series about cattle rustling?
It's called Yellowstone.
Oh, Yellowstone,
yeah.
As well.
Do you see now what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
See where you're headed.
You see where I'm headed? Okay. But I've not finished it yet, so perhaps that's what I'll be doing today after news desk. Muko salama lakini?
Kabisa.
Dennis, Aseto is in baby blue.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The sweaters.
It brings out
black and bright colors. Unakai week in your primary colors.
Nikama, green, yellow, and blue.
Yeah.
Green, yellow, and red. Green, blue, and red.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Oh, that was the sequence.
I don't know. I don't know. Green, blue, red. No. Yes.
Red. Well, depends where you went to school then.
Yeah, but those are the primary colors actually. Orange, purple, green, secondary. Abi? Yeah, exactly. I remember.
They start with what? Red, yellow, and blue.
Bas.
So you started the other way around, blue.
Okay, so I should start with
yellow
red.
and then red.
Okay. So you tomorrow wearing blue, I will wear yellow.
Me?
Yeah.
Bravo.
Then look, you do
a blue sweater?
Whatever, blue anything.
No, I'm telling him tomorrow to wear yellow.
So that you wear what?
Red.
Yellow.
We're not matching.
Oh, that's not what we're doing.
No.
I was wondering. It's bromance. Let's carry it through to dressing.
No way.
Muko salama lakini?
Nashukuru.
Okay, good to come into the week. Things are buzzing, and it was an interesting weekend, I'm telling you. Friday into Saturday into Sunday. Things are boiling, and we're getting into it this week, that's for sure. Many things. We saw that we have the camaraderie. It's not even camaraderie, it's solidarity behind people. And the majority of the people in this population are not paying attention to leadership, as it were. They are charting a course, they're charting a path. And if anybody is not awake and smelling the coffee, then you're living in the 19th century.
True.
It's not, in terms of the pictures that we saw coming out of Nyeri, it's more than pictures.
Things are thinking.
It's more than just people putting their support behind one person and his father.
Yeah.
It's setting the tone for what the nation, where the nation is going. So if anybody's not paying attention to that, you would be the one with the short end of the stick.
Kwa Kiswahili we say ole wako ama ole wenu. Yeah. What you've just said.
All that I've just said is ole wako.
Yeah. To sum it up, in Swahili you say ole wenu.
Okay. So that's happening, and that will be interesting. We also saw this weekend where professionals, more than ever, are putting their voice behind politics, especially what happened after Friday when former president and chairman of the Jubilee party, Uhuru Kenyatta, said a number of things about the health system. Yes. And then you had some folks who came out and said, you know what, this is actually how you should govern, from doctors to... This is actually how you should lead and govern. So it looks like we're in interesting times and interesting waters. We'll get into some of those conversations today.
I mean, for a very long time, it's been said that professionals have always stayed away from politics, seeing that now the voices are speaking into matters governance. I mean, it's a good way to go, you know.
I agree, 100%. And of course, if you're wondering who that was, Dr. Gikonyo, of course, had a word to say. He said, you know what, parliamentarians should be paid per session.
True.
This thing of taking a salary home, no. You should be paid per session. You come to your work, you get your thing, and then you go. Well, he said a lot more. It'll be interesting to see how those conversations develop. Let's give you a word into what we'll be talking about today, into the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. Dennis Okari, Njoko, and Dennis Aseto with you this morning. And as we get into conversations, let's let you know what those will be. Sawa. We start off a conversation at 7 o'clock, and we're going to be looking into the Jubilee Party, the NDC, that sparked debate, especially the words of former President Uhuru Kenyatta. The opposition unity question emerges. He gave a speech, the man. It didn't even last an hour. But apparently people have been talking about it for the next 72. So what does this all mean? And who's the man? Who's the flag bearer? None of that was announced as it was thought it would be. So Jeremiah Kioni, who's Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, joins us for that conversation at 7 o'clock. All right. Kenya reopens IMF talks to secure budget support. So we know that that's one of the ways in which you can borrow for Kenya in the short term. Kenya is obviously not going to be able to meet its budget 2025-2026. That's clear. And has gone back to the IMF to say, you know what, come on, we need some help. And that's the only way that you can get borrow money, whether it's for development or it's for budget support in the short term. And so that's what we're looking into with Bill Okero, who is a political economist. He joins us at 7. And then at 9 o'clock, did you get the COVID jab? Did you get the COVID? I did. You did? How many did you get? You got both jabs?
Yes.
Did you get both jabs?
3.
You got 3 jabs?
Yeah.
Okay. I got 2 jabs. Many people are saying, many who did not get a jab at all, are saying, you know, so what was all the hullabaloo about?
Yeah.
Why did the world spend so much money? Why did Big Pharma go to town on all of this when you actually didn't need it? That your
I'm
body
actually
was
asking myself, why did I get it?
Yeah.
Well, at the time, you couldn't travel, even as a journalist, by the way.
Exactly, we couldn't.
We
Without
were
it.
all, for lack of a better word, forced to take the job.
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
I remember in that period going to Uganda and then also going to Mauritius, and the question was, hey, so I had to have it permanently.
Yeah.
But I think to myself that if I was not required to have it for travel, would I have actually taken the jab? Would I have gotten the jab? And that's the question that a lot of folks are asking, and they're saying that, you know what, you didn't have to do this thing, that your body would have built up a natural immunity to it, especially on the African continent. So how big did Big Pharma push when it came to this vaccine? Dr. Eda Tatu is a counseling medical doctor. Debunking some COVID myths is what we'll be talking about with her at 9 o'clock. It's been a long time coming, this conversation, so we'll do that at 9. That's what it looks like today. We'll go into politics, we'll go into the economy, and then we'll go into health matters and Big Pharma at 9. That's what the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, looks like this Monday morning, the 29th of September, a day shy of the end and into the Ember months proper. So that's what we're doing this morning. So let's talk with you. And as we do that, we'll take you through. We know that our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And a very good morning to our audience on KTN. All right, where are you taking us to this week?
We are in the Union of Comoros, an island, a nation in the Indian Ocean between Madagascar and Mozambique. The capital city, Moroni, which is on the Grande Comoro Island. Now, it has a population of around 900,000 people. Yes, and internet is doing that thing, eh?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The machine is talking.
And when you talk about 900,000 people, that is according to the 2025 estimates, which is the latest estimate. And talk about it, and it is a country that has active volcanic activity. But let's go to the proverb today. You can win a woman with lies, but you cannot feed her with lies.
Repeat that proverb again.
You can win a woman with lies, but you cannot feed her with lies.
That's the proverb from where?
Comoros.
Comoros nakuwa nafikiria.
Vile mnatudanganya saa zote. It has
I knew.
Global phenomenon. Even they're saying it's been made into a proverb. What do you mean?
It is not balanced.
It's telling you something about the way of life. Ebu, interpret.
No, I'm not a woman. How do I know?
The people who tell the lies, obviously.
Were you lied to?
When? Specifically, when?
I think it's just a very direct interpretation. You can't sustain a lie with another lie. Eventually, you'll be caught. Yeah. Truth is light. Lies is darkness. You can't stay in darkness forever. There'll be, even if it's a pinhole of light, it will come through at some point. So you go seduce a woman, you start lying to her.
That you love her.
Not even that you love her, that you love the hair, you love the skin color, you love the height, you love all these things. Again, kwa profile zako.
Alas.
The DMs you're sliding into, they are totally the opposite. You know?
There's something called FYP, for you page.
What is that?
FYP, for you page. It's basically the algorithm whenever you use the social media. So what you visit more becomes part of things that will always show up on your whatever. Yeah. So if I just take your phone right now and I keep scrolling, I'll just know the sites you visit. The things
well, you can go through history, you can check through my search engine and see.
I don't need to go that deep. I just need to scroll through your phone, your social media.
That will open another whole discussion, because there are times when you think of ugali, just thinking, you're so happy thinking of ugali. Then you go through Facebook, Instagram, then you realize, wait a minute.
Adverts of
ugali, they are coming. Like the phone thing is reading your mind.
Yeah. How would you interpret it?
So it just reminds me of a story that I tell often about Okeke and his wife.
About who?
Okeke.
Okeke. That's a real person.
I mean, it's a real name.
It's a story.
But this story is talked about this problem. I'll say it as quickly as possible. So, Okeke kept telling his wife, we have been eating vegetable for so long. Okeke said to his wife, tomorrow I will bring you chicken. His wife was very happy. She said, tomorrow we're eating chicken. Okay. Tomorrow came, no chicken. Okeke, where is chicken? Don't worry, my wife. Tomorrow I'll bring you chicken. Okay, no problem. Tomorrow we'll eat chicken. Ha, thank God. Came back tomorrow. Okay. Where is chicken now? You said we're going to eat chicken. No chicken. Tomorrow, my wife, my darling wife, I love you so much. I will bring you, mother of my children. The one where the sun rises and sets at her feet. The one where in her belly there is no death.
The one who quenches my thirst in the heat.
The only mosquito in my net and the only sugar in my tea. Tomorrow, I will bring you chicken. Okay, his wife said, an hour for this man. Came back. Okay, where is chicken? This is how many days now? 3 days, no chicken. She said, okay. This kind of thing you're doing is not good, though. What is it? My wife, tomorrow. Tomorrow I must bring you chicken. No problem. Okay, came back that day. Entered his house. Where is my wife? No wife. Where is my wife? No wife. What happened? That's how he came out into the yard. Somebody said, I saw your wife walking towards the neighbor's house. Okay, entered the neighbor's house. What did he see? His wife in the neighbor's house eating what?
Chicken.
What was the proverb?
No, there's no way that story just ended like that.
What's the proverb?
You can win a woman with lies, but you can't feed her with lies.
You feed her with chicken, my friend.
No, your story may share.
It's for you to deduce.
Did you? I was already seeing Okeke in the neighbor's house. There's no Okeke left.
We don't know.
With the chicken and the wife.
We don't know, but you've been promising her chicken for 3 days. Your actions speak louder than words, my friend. Yeah. You've been promising her chicken for 3 days. You did not bring the chicken. She went to where there is chicken.
Yeah.
Whatever else happened with the eating of the chicken is not your problem.
Yeah.
Because you told her you would bring chicken. She would have stayed with you. You did not bring chicken. So she went to find
Wait, are we still talking about chicken?
Yeah.
Well,
is this story about chicken?
Eating.
It's about lies.
It's about lies.
Yeah. And where it will end you. I just look at it in terms of, you see, one thing that we look at in these countries during campaign time, we are promised that chicken. When it comes to the delivery of the chicken, never happens. But I'm pretty sure in 2026, we'll be promised chicken again.
You will proper. But you know what? If anything with Kaluma and Nyeri was something to speak about over the weekend, people will find another source. You can be promising until tomorrow, but people will find another way to do things.
Exactly.
Your actions speak louder than words. I'm just saying. Abby? Okay, that's what it looks like this morning. It will be fun to see what people's reactions towards that proverb are today as we get into... Did I mention that I ate rice this morning for breakfast with coffee? Rice, proper rice.
I saw.
You saw?
Rice and coffee?
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw you mix a lot of concoctions.
My friend, I don't know what's happening today, but just go with me. So
Hey, don't ask Aseto.
Okay.
Shh, what?
When you look at a woman's tumbler, the things you'll find there, don't ask what are these concoctions. Don't.
Okay.
Hibiscus and other products. You don't ask.
Shagwanda.
It's too early.
Hey, people are greeting us this morning. Don't look at a woman's tumbler. People should leave me alone, I beg. Don Sabo is greeting you and says, Ndu, ask Okari. Did Ambassador Meg mislead Kenyans to Haiti? Was it a rain in vain? How are our dancer Aseto? How are you, our dancer Aseto?
Fiti.
Kabisa. Okari and Ndu, we are fine. Now answer the question.
Did Meg lie to Kenyans?
This
is not about Meg.
Did Meg mislead Kenyans to Haiti?
No.
Bas.
It has nothing to do with Meg misleading Kenyans. We misled ourselves.
Peter Kiari is tuning from Mombasa and says good morning. Jack Otieno also says good morning. Desmond Otis is tuned in this morning. He says this season, if Arsenal wouldn't lift that trophy, then the club fans are cursed with their ancestors. Ndu Akinyi. Hey, I've been given another name. What was the name you had given me before from Kisi? Nyaboke.
Nyaboke.
That was what? Okay. Bonjour à tous, says Agola, good morning. Bwangi Juma is greeting us and says good morning. Hope you're all doing well. Indeed, it is a blessed Monday. Isakale says, good morning, Spices. May your week be like Elijah's nap under the broom tree, divinely catered, politically unplugged, and untainted by drama. Well. Telling you. Robert Tobago is tuning this morning, says, happy Monday from Mombasa. Thank you so much. Michael Olande says, Mwaramutse, my people. Well, Mwaramutse. Neza. Agutu Ogembo says, good morning, tuned in, Spice. Mama J, good morning. Let Kaluma Day be a reminder that we are the change we want to see. Complaining won't change anything. I hear you on that. Simon Kibiru is tuned in, says, all the best in the new week. Thank you so much. Jimmy Munothi says, good morning. Ready for a new week. Pole kwa mashabiki kwa Liverpool. I know, it was quite something, wasn't it? Hello, Princess Ndu, Dennis and Aseto. Kenya is a full soap opera without an end. I know. After President Uhuru spoke, all KK did was fall over themselves on who has the best reply. It was interesting to see. I have to admit that was the truth, wasn't it? Everybody and their grandma and their uncle came out and said, no, actually, come. If you have to explain something so hard, perhaps there's an issue. King Dave Lubali says, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah Kilonzo is tuning in this morning. Another day, another week. Thanks for the good work you're doing there. Sarah, thank you so much for tuning in every day. We'll keep at it. Mukuru Mbere says, good morning, SpiceFM, listening from Nakuru City as we wind up the month of September. Indeed. Tibbs Muge says, good morning to you. Kisa Daniel says, Jambo Kenya. Jambo Daniel. Ati, Waluya tumepata musemaji.
Yeah, George Natembea was coronated.
Right, he was, as a spokesperson, indeed. Okay. 102.5 imekwama kabisa. Lilian nini? Engineers wako wapi? EVE. Lilian is complaining. I don't know why. Eric War says, good morning, guys. Sang Abraham says, good morning. Dennis Squared and Ndu listening live and clear from Australia. And you're getting into Monday night already. Edgar Mwangi says, good morning. Lovely week ahead. Asante. Boaz Naliana says, good morning from Kitale. Wishing everyone a happy week. Habari Leo to all revolutionary journalists, says Kimathi Nkrumah McConnell. The best weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed, says Steve Biko. Indeed, he did say that at one point. Happy new week, says Atieno. Blessings indeed. Mtu flani ndu ana meta sana. Tete, what?
Shining.
Oh, shine bright. Thank you, sir. Did you see Kenyans show up for Kaluma? Yes, we did. Nani kama sisi. Also, Okari. Gen Z are leading protests around the globe. Did Kenya set the blueprint? People are asking you some hard questions this morning, man.
I know.
Louis Rudasingwa is tuning in this morning. Richard Odera says, good morning, tuned in from Mikindani, Mombasa. The gods must be crazy. I know, it was that bottle was quite the phenomenon. But when we watched the movie, we thought it was just for entertainment. But there are very many deep messages there. There's a lot of imagery in that movie. This thing that you bring in terms of modernization could actually be a threat to us. And always in a bottle. Christina A says, good morning. Good morning. Yakundi Emmanuel says, good morning, Team Spice. If in any case United Opposition don't have Matiang'i on their team, they will lose. Oh, okay. Dan Steele Langat says, good morning, Chebabai. I can never say it correctly. How did you say it, Aseto? Chebebe. Okari and Aseto, I smell the coffee. Sindio? Josh Willie says, good morning, everybody. And Toka Baby. Okay. Good morning. I swear, the names you guys call yourself is very interesting. Good morning, Spice Crew, and Happy New Week. Eliana Yabesh says, good morning. Love the series, isn't it? The spin of 1877 was better. Okay, I'm going to look for that. Oh, they were acted. The first two episodes of 1923 were acted out in Nairobi. Okay. All right. Richard has gone a step further. He says, red, blue, yellow. I see politics. Azimio, Jubilee, and UDA Hapondani. Okay. I know. Peter Gitao says, good morning. Looking forward to great conversations this week. Engineer Fighter Karaoke says, medali ya leo kali sana. Sindio. Thomas Omosa says, it's high time former president is invited to come and give views to Kenyans on the state of the economy and other things he wish were not going so badly in the country. Indeed. Duke, good morning. We start the day to reclaim our nation from incompetence. Sindio. Owen Emolu says, good morning. Tuned in from Boito in Bomet. Oh, you need some sound problems there? Okay. Mutuflani, you said that proverb is rooted 100%. Oui. All right, King Dave says the proverb of the day: they win Kenyans with lies, but feeding them with lies happen ndio kitumbua kilingia mchanga.
It's more like once water is spilled, you can't.
Oh, you can't get it back.
Yeah.
Okay. It was Rufus Okeke. I'm telling you, Okeke's story sounds like Afro cinema. I'm telling you, it was Afro cinema. Agola, you've been left hanging by that story like Okari. Mic drop on the Okeke story, indeed. Think about it. But did the neighbor promise her the chicken? No, but she obviously went where the chicken was available.
But Okeke will be a legend in this studio. There will always be an Okeke story. Make sure you keep him alive. There has to be other episodes.
There has to be episode 2 loading of Okeke. Okeke Chronicles.
Yes.
Hey,
Tales
important.
by Moonlight.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll look for the next Okeke story. Vincent Kibet, there's one for tomorrow. Remind me. Vincent Kibet, Magaye Langat has resigned as CEC Agriculture in Kericho County. Why? He did so in tears, alleging that he does not want to appear to be questioned by MCAs. Other 5 CECs are about to be impeached. Moto waka. It's going to be a happy morning and a happy week indeed, says the sisters. Karibu. Vincent Kibet, we see you. Yeah, continuing in on that story. Wow, okay, everybody's in line. Sabal Heri, everybody. Karibu Sana. Ndu and D&D, karibuni to work up and your home. Kenya home 254, Asante Sana. Good morning, tuning from New York. Good morning to you. Amaya Okoh is also here. Greetings from Entebbe, says JP. The reaction to the Uhuru speech tells the truth. Indeed it does. Robert says good morning from Kabarak. And good morning. See that Matatu driver suicided? It was crazy. It was crazy. John Gishoki says good morning to everybody. And Chechi, we see you. Good morning. We now have Okeke Kasong. Langat, we see you. I know. That's what it looks like. That's for sure. Karibu Sana Kilamtu, thank you for joining us every morning as you do. We can't have these conversations without you. For those who are around the country who are tuned in, who don't say a word, we know that there are, very, very many of you. And thanks for doing that. You're smiling, Mr. Okari.
No, that last comment. So Kasongo is now Okeke.
And Okeke is Kasongo.
Proper.
It's now official.
It's now official.
Thanks to you.
Mimi. Let's look into the headlines, shall we? For the ones that we have. No? Okay. Bandits in uniform is also on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Despite having more police units and heightened security than any other region, the North Rift remains ravaged by bandit attacks that drain life and condemn residents to endless suffering. It blows my mind. Okay, so the arrest of gentlemen. The arrest in Nairobi of officers from the Police and Prisons Department has exposed a criminal syndicate, confirming the grim truth. Those entrusted to protect Kenyans are the very ones abetting cattle rustling for illicit profit. It's paradoxical. It's an oxymoron. Everything wrapped up into one. That the folks that we have been told for the longest time, there were very many units sent out into the rift to say that, this can be sorted out. And we'd often ask ourselves here questions. One cow, like now, if I release a cow to walk on Mombasa Road, and I go walking down Mombasa Road, I will see the evidence of this cow, won't I? It would have defecated on the way. It would have stopped to eat grass. Somebody would have seen it, right? Talk less of 200 heads of cattle. You will notice that they've disappeared. Either somebody was facilitating them to move or has been the case. For us to hear now that there are police officers who are involved in this is quite something. Let's look at some numbers. And the individuals that we're talking about: Charles Lotira Ekidor, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Turkana; Corporal Isaac Kipnetich, Turkana Police Headquarters; Police Constable Ileli Cyrus Kisamwa, Armorer, Central Firearm Stores and Industrial Area; Police Constable Samson Mutongu, Storeman in Industrial Area. They have been arrested, amongst others, for aiding and abetting this castle rustling in the North Rift. Weapons in the hands of suspects: 1,007 rounds of 5.6 millimeter ammunition, the type used in assault rifles such as the G36, M16, and M4 carbine. A Remington Rand Model 1911 pistol, 2 Seska pistol firing pins, 19 assorted firearm magazines, firing pins, cleaning kits, and 3 spent 9 millimeter cartridges. Mr. Okari, you know about these things. You'll tell us now why this is danger in the hands of civilians. I'm sure we'll get into that in just a minute. But that these gentlemen were arrested, and one of them actually is an armorer in industrial area. What does that mean? He's the one who basically handles this unit where weapons can leave or return. All right. Okay. Also, what are we looking at here? Silent suicide epidemic is another headline in the Standard. At least 462 people died by suicide between June and August this year. What? An average of 5 lives lost every day. The deaths, cutting across counties and age groups, reveal a deepening national crisis. Mental health experts are now urging the government to decriminalize attempted suicide and focus instead on providing care and support for those in distress. Look, in Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, under the leadership of one Frank Njenga, Dr. Frank Njenga, and I believe former Senator, I can't remember her name. Anyway, I'll remember her name in just a minute, because I see her all the time. Why did her name just disappear from my head? And I talk with her all the time. Anyway, they were on this task force, and at that time, the mental health situation in the country was declared a national emergency, because they had gone around the country and said, look, this is what we are seeing, and we need to do something about it. In any country, when something is declared a national emergency, what that does is now it gives powers to the president to unlock the necessary resources to do something about it. Now, that requisite action did not take place, and we have a problem today. We have people walking around and we think that they're okay, they're not. 5 people a day are dying by suicide, and those are the ones that are reported. We don't even know what else is going on. But there's a problem, it must be dealt with. Unseen Army, city child vendors, and the business of exploitation. Kenya Kwanza, Uhuru clash as mothers held in wards over unpaid bills. You want to know if it's working? If it were working, they would be home. They're not. It's finally being called a breakthrough in terms of what's happening in the North Rift. School turned tide in fighting teen pregnancies, and deported Russian mocked Kenyans and squeezed money out of them. That's another story that you want to hear. So there's quite a lot going on, and we'll look at some of those as we go ahead. Over to you, Mr. Aseto.
So on the Daily Nation this morning, the new battle on Ruto policies. What are we talking about? Housing levy. Petitioners want the levy declared unlawful, citing discrimination in reserving houses for select civil servants. Now, corruption task force, Okoh has suspended formation of a presidential multi-agency team on the war against corruption. And victims' compensation is also there, as judges have halted the operations of a team formed to decide on compensation for protest victims. We also have the conversation that we've been having here on a daily basis, the shift deductions, where pending cases are challenging laws on mandatory social health insurance fund contributions by workers, and a fresh petition seeking to outlaw the mandatory housing levy, accusing President Ruto of turning the project into a political tool to voters, adds to the growing list of state policies challenged in court. We equally have tourism. Now, Coast eyes more visitors with cultural, religious attractions as stakeholders are increasingly diversifying beyond the traditional sun, sand and the sea. Now, we talk about that horror crash that killed 13 people on Nakuru-Nairobi highway, and it's a scene of a road accident at Kariandusi along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway, where 13 passengers in a 14-seater matatu died after a head-on collision with a trailer yesterday. That is on page 8 of the Daily Nation. Now, farmers' fury as tea bonus shrinks across regions. Farmers have raised concerns over reduced earnings and wide disparities in payments across the 77 factories managed by the Kenya Tea Development Agency. Question is, why are farmers getting less bonus as the days continue? Now, inside State Power, the day Ruto was scared, called to NIS chief and ignored investors. Now, in this final installment of a 3-part exclusive serialization of the fight for order by Justice Muturi, the DP leader, a lawyer who previously served as a Speaker of the National Assembly, Attorney General and Cabinet Secretary for Public Service and Human Capital Development, recounts the painful ordeal of his son's abduction, panic in government during anti-tax protest, and when he told Ruto he had no power to fire him. Wewe ni mdosi, but you have no power to fire me. Yes, that's what we have on the Daily Nation. Okari, do you have anything on your side?
No, mimi hapana kuona gazeti.
Hapana iko gazeti.
Naangalia tu story ya Russia. The Standard.
Okay.
What's the story?
What's the story? Because I've dealt with a number of these similar stories.
Yeah.
So we have a deported Russian who before being deported turned his back. Kangalia wa Kenya na kacheka yake yote. Mocked and laughed after squeezing money out of them.
Did he turn into a pillar of salt?
Huh? No, it didn't turn up it turned into dollars.
Not salt.
So deported Russian citizen Mikhail Yapin was a true bred racist with an uncanny ability to use his knowledge and skills in information technology to manipulate Kenyans and make money out of a country held in low regard. His message, pieced together from his own posts on the Telegram social networking app and stories published about him in his native Russian, show a man holding an eternal sneer at Kenyans despite seeing business opportunities in the country that speaks English well, with 90% of internet spread. This gentleman arrived in Kenya in 2016. He went ahead and launched a mobile loan app the following year, which he named Africa Loan. And for 8 years, the man squeezed money from the natives and had the confidence to tell this story in his racist tone to the Russian press, even as he posted in his native language in social media. Now, in an interview with Forbes Russia in 2017, this gentleman emerged as an individual who despised the people he employed in Nairobi. Soon after he launched Africa Loan, he started minting profits in millions. His mobile loan app seemed to expand rapidly, and he attributed his rapid growth to the incredible social ability of Kenyans. Network marketing, promo codes for discounts for friends, and other referral programs are effective for promoting products and services. He considered a lot of the employees that he hired childish. This guy was this race. Let's get to the figures. He spoke of how he was told by his colleague that it was possible for any white man to meet the president and offer him a bribe of $400. That's 52,000.
Really?
Yes.
Offer the president a bribe of 52,000.
52,000.
That's an insult.
This is an matusi.
Sure.
You're holding our president in low regard.
Sure. A bribe of 52K.
52K.
Even me 52K and I'm not the president, you can't.
I mean, the guy has breakfast worth 17 million.
No, nasema tunakula 2 million kila siku mandazi alafu unataka kunihonga na 52,000. Even you can you get
52,000 is a tea bag.
Thanks.
Hata gari yake
Are you mad?
more than 52K. Fuel tu peke yake.
So here's the thing. This story, I remember there was a 2021 story that is similar, again, by another Russian. And there are many. If you go to these Telegram channels, there are so many apps that are swindling Kenyans of serious money. In 2021, there was a Ponzi-like scheme that was disguised as an e-commerce and a referral app named Amazon Web. There are so many. So it happened that you go to Google Play, download these or whatever, and then that's it. By then, thousands of Kenyans had reported opening accounts with the app and started referring their friends and family members to join. Kenyans started investing money. Some of the investors were Luza Mashamba, deposited 300,000.
For this Ponzi scheme?
For this thing. They didn't know it was a Ponzi scheme. See, they were told, now what you do, invest this cash, and at the end of 4 weeks, you're going to get this percentage in profits.
Oy.
And so that, you know, a lot of Kenyans have money. But because of greed, it attracts these kind of people
so
to come in.
It's easy to lure them in.
It's easy. Because the promise... Somebody promises to give you 20%, 30%, 50% return on your investment.
In 4 weeks.
In 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Which business in this world?
Even if you try.
So you'll be given once. There's a gentleman again, this one was a Russian and a Nigerian in town. I've covered enough of these stories. So this gentleman, they open an office in the CBD. People start coming, farmers, teachers, retirees, people are coming. So you know how it is in the village. You know, hey, Mama so-and-so, Mama Okeke. Mama Okeke went and took 250,000. Hey, do you know what happened to her after 4 weeks?
She has 750,000.
No, not 700, at least half of that.
Okay, so now she has almost 400.
Yes, so what does Mama Okeke do? Go speak to auntie. Go speak to uncle. Go speak to so-and-so. There's proof that, look, there's money here.
Women's Guild.
So people started bringing in money. So Aseto will go in, drop his 52,000, 200. And at the end of the month, he has been promised, Chief, you'll get half of this. You don't worry what you're doing with the money. You're going to make half of
72.
this. So you go. At the end of 25K imeingia. Then you're told the next month, another 25K itaingia. Kidogo like this. The guy is folded in the middle of the night, wakahama.
Then you go to the office in the morning.
People woke up in the morning to go, and they realized, wait a minute, the security guards, they're asking people, mmekuja kufanya nini? It's end of the month, tumekuja kuchukua pesa yetu. Hey, watu si walihama jana usiku. Nobody knows where those people disappeared to.
Walitupatia
they
notice.
left the country.
Walitupatia notice ya kuhama 1 month ago.
With billions.
Yeah.
By that time, your auntie and the women's guild and the fathers, uncles fellowship and the children's teachers union
and the church choir.
Everybody has brought their money. Hell.
And guess who they go after? The person who introduced them.
But there's nothing he'll do
to that guy.
What will he do?
Utadu?
What will you do? Surely. Thank you, Frank. What will you do? But you know, this is the thing. Let me tell you something. You're saying the one that happened years ago. Today, just go and announce. Just carry some money, do an announcement, and tell people that actually, you know what? We can actually double your money, even with all the horror stories that you hear. Even of people going bankrupt. Even of people having taken loans to invest in this thing. People will still bring money. I don't understand. We will still bring the money to you. And you tell me, Ndu, you know what? The base is 500,000. But in this 500,000, I'll be giving you something every day. And at the end of a particular term, I will double the money. Then the problem is you actually see it being done. Some people actually receive this money. So that's what lures you in. Because you normally say, no, until you get, I won't do. It lures you in.
Yes.
Then you do.
Yes, it
and
does.
they still take off with your money. I said today, is it not in this Nairobi people who are going to take picture of their eye? Give it 7,500. Go and take a picture of your eye. We give you. You don't know what they were doing with it.
People will sell kidneys. I'm telling
as
you.
They have.
Yeah.
They will sell kidneys as they have. All right. So let's look at another story. I wanted to look into this police officers and prisons officers who've been arrested over this cattle rustling. Now, for the longest time, 30 years, 40 years, cattle rustling has been a thing. Everybody tried. Former Deputy President Kithure, current Deputy President, when he was the CS, now former CS Internal Security, said he was going to sleep in the rift if necessary for him to get rid of this banditry issue and cattle rustling. I don't know if he ever did, but okay. There's what is being called breakthrough. So finally there's a breakthrough, and they've realized that it is actually officers who are aiding and abetting this cattle rustling menace. The arrest of a senior prisons officer, 2 armorers, and a storeman has lifted the lid on how law enforcers, the very persons charged with the responsibility of making the country safe, are using their positions to fuel insecurity. Following the sting operation by the Operation Support Unit, the 4 were seized separately as they tried to move rounds of ammunition and a cache of firearms from Nairobi to Turkana County. So they were moving them when they were busted, which is among the counties in the North Rift experiencing insecurity fanned by easy access to illegal firearms. Because we often wondered, how do these guys get these firearms? And they're not cheap, right? An AK-47, give or take, how much money are we talking about? Dollars, thousands, right? Detectives now believe the arrest of the 4 is a breakthrough in the perennial cattle rustling and banditry challenges in the North Rift, where uncountable lives have been lost and families displaced from their homes in a circle of violence orchestrated by armed gangs. The 4 are Assistant Superintendent of Prisons Charles Lotira Ekedor in Turkana, Police Corporal Isaac Kipnietich, Police Constable Cyrus Ileli Kisamwa, an armorer at the Central Firearms Store in Nairobi's industrial area, and Samson Mureithi Mutongu, a storeman at the same facility. Detectives believe that the 4 run an elaborate arms and ammunition syndicate that is contributing to insecurity and violence in various parts of the country. The infiltration of the racket was made following the arrest on September 24th of Kipnetich, who was found in possession of 1,007 rounds of ammunition of caliber 5.56 millimeters, commonly used in wide range of assault rifles like G36, M16, and M4 carbine, among others. Kipnetich, an armorer based at the Turkana Police Headquarters, was nabbed on Uhuru Highway at the Kenyatta Avenue roundabout in Nairobi by OSU sleuths who intercepted him in his Toyota Passo. That was interesting. On conducting a search, the officers found a sealed cotton concealed in a black backpack containing the ammunition. He was arrested just a day after taking his annual leave that was scheduled to end on the 11th of November. It is established that the ammunition was delivered to Lotira, the senior prisons officer based in Turkana. On further interrogation, Kipnatish disclosed crucial information that led to the arrest of Ileli and Mureithi, both who work at the Central Firearms Stores, a crucial storage facility in Nairobi's industrial area. Now, one would assume a lot of the armor, a lot of the ammunition is stored here. Now, if this was clear, what they do and who they're connected with, because this guy sang like a canary. Once he was busted in the city, he sang and said, this is what happens, this is how we do it, which is what led to the arrest of these other two gentlemen. Now, imagine if this is a ring of how this has been happening, because we know that the business of conflict is not cheap. The arms and the ammunition that is being used is bought, or in this case, stolen from armories, and there are people who are facilitating that to happen. So is it possible that this is actually a breakthrough and that we could start to see the cessation of this kind of cattle rustling in the north, or is it just the tip of the iceberg?
It will be difficult for this thing to end. Very difficult. And I'm telling you this because I've covered this story. I've interviewed these bandits. The stories are on YouTube. And what I realized is, number one, the literacy levels in that particular part of the country is very, very low. These officers who did these things, these were not they didn't send themselves. There are people behind them. And the people behind them are politicians. And I'm telling you what I was told on the ground. And this is what happens. Every election cycle, when we are close to an election, there's a lot of arms movement and bullets around that particular region. If they can't get them locally, they get them across the border.
Thank you.
And during the campaigns, when the rest of the country, you're asking for empowerment, you're asking for money, in that particular area, what these people ask for is not money, it's bullets. So politicians will move in vehicles, like that particular one you've just mentioned. Now, these ones will go campaigning with bullets in drums. So you're giving all these young people bullets, and you're telling them, look, kuna ng'ombe ile pande ingine. And because of those rivalries, and some of them, they claim they're pegged on culture. There's nothing to do with culture. It's politicians, and they are known. They are known. I once interviewed former CS Interior, Fred Matiang'i. When I was covering their story, I was there for a couple of days. Went to Mount Elgon, spent a couple of days moving around. And I sat with him. And he said the frustration that he had is there are people who are shielding these politicians who are also extremely powerful. And it's not that they don't know names. The intelligence will know who are the people behind these things. You can't just, a police officer, cannot go to an armory, get guns, get bullets.
On his own.
You're not an IG. You're a corporal or a junior officer. You can't move guns from an armory, transport them by road in a private vehicle to a place as distant as this
if you don't have a go-ahead.
Especially when you go to areas where they're known to be insecure. That means you have a lot of roadblocks, and roadblocks that would, on a normal day, stop private vehicles to just do a thorough search. So how then do these bullets end up to the hands of people who shouldn't have them?
So does the OSU then, in this arrest, because it would appear as though they've been investigating for a while. If they've made this arrest, is it that they were unaware? Were they chasing a lead? Did it go cold at some point? Because we're talking about 30 years in the running. Did the trail go cold at some point? Because they seemed to be able to pinpoint these individuals to the very location where they were, stop them in traffic.
The thing is, when you allow a system to work and when you allow investigators to do their job, they will do a thorough job. We have some of the best minds in this country. Thing is this, it's a new lead. There are always leads. The question is, at which point do you choose to follow through this one lead to the end? Beyond these officers, who are the finances? Who are the people calling the shots?
Who's the one who allows you to have the kahunas, to go into the armory, remove the thing and put in your little vehicle? Because you do it with confidence. Nobody will ask me. So somebody surely has
you just observe during the protest, the people are riling up young people and promising them arms and guns and weapons. They were not police officers, they're politicians.
Question is, who fell out with who?
What? Guys, that's
for
the
this
world
story
that
to come
we-
out the way it is.
Yeah, and exactly.
Who fell out with
who
who?
tattletaled on the other
Yeah.
for this story to come out. And
Kuna
these
mtu
individuals
amerushwa.
have been
Somebody,
there.
like Aseto is saying, somebody has fallen out with somebody.
Yeah.
And you're like, you know what? We're going after you.
We're going after you. And this is not the end of it. This is just the beginning. This is where it starts. We'll look into more of these stories making headlines. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. As the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission begins a nationwide mass voter registration drive today, opposition leaders are urging young people to register and participate fully in the electoral process. Here's DAP Kenya leader Eugene Wamalwa speaking in Kajiado.
Kumsongesha Kasongo arudi Sugoi, lazima vijana wetu kuanzia kesho tarehe 29 wachukue kura ili Kasongo asonge arudi kule. Majenzi kwa hii kanisa tuna jenzi. Majenzi mpo? Majenzi wa Kajiado mpo? Kusema one term is not enough. To make Ruto one term president, lazima vijana wa Kajiado na Kenya wachukue kura.
The voter registration exercise is aimed at enlisting an estimated 6.3 million new voters ahead of the 2027 general election. The registration campaign will be rolled out across all 290 constituencies, with the first launch taking place in Kajiado. Citizens can also register as new voters, update their details, transfer registration, or verify voter information online at all Huduma centers countrywide. ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga has once again defended the party's cooperation agreement with President William Ruto, saying the partnership has stabilized the nation. Speaking in Kajiado County, the Homa Bay governor praised ODM leader Raila Odinga for accepting Ruto's request to join the broad-based government.
Na president alisimama, President William Ruto akasema, nataka kuuliza viongozi wote wa siasa tukuje pamoja tushikilie nchi. Kwa sababu kwanza lazima tuwe na nchi ndio tuwe na uongozi. Kama hakuna nchi, hakuna uongozi. Siwezi kuwa governor kama nchi haiko. Huwezi kuwa president kama nchi haiko. Hatuwezi kuwa na governor Ntutu kama nchi imeharibika. Ndio baba alisema wacha tushikane, tutunze nchi yetu kwanza. Tukishatunza nchi, mambo ya uongozi tutaangalia uko mbele. Na baba is a statesman.
At the same time, National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed reaffirmed ODM's commitment to holding the government accountable and advocating for policies that will improve the lives of Kenyans.
Na sisi kama chama bado tunatetea haki ya wananchi, lakini unaweza tetea watu ukiwa nje na pia ukiwa ndani. Sio lazima ukue nje kwa barabara ndio unaweza tetea watu tu. Unaweza tetea watu kama pia uko ndani ya broad based. Kama kitu ni mzuri na watu wanagawana vitu vizuri, kama chama ya ODM unaweza sema wapi haki ya Wamasai? Si namna hiyo. Mbona Wamasai hawajapata hii?
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen reaffirmed Kenya's commitment to deepening ties with Uganda on Sunday as he represented President William Ruto at the official opening of a newly constructed sanctuary at the Church of Uganda in Kapchorwa. President Ruto and his Ugandan counterpart Yoweri Museveni helped support the construction of the church. Murkomen emphasized the need to enhance cross-border security as part of the memoranda of understanding signed by Ruto and Museveni in July.
The last time we had a joint cooperation meeting in Nairobi, I was very happy to see that we have agreed on various areas of cooperation, including manning our border, safety in our border with Turkana and Karamoja area, the issues of security. As a Minister of Security, I know that we have a good working relationship. We are learning a lot from Uganda, how you've been able to manage your country to make sure that guns are not in the wrong hands, and that's what we are trying to do also in the part of Kenya.
Sweeping UN economic and military sanctions have been reimposed on Iran 10 years after they were lifted in a landmark international deal over its nuclear program. The new measures took effect as the three European partners to the deal, the UK, France and Germany, activated the so-called snapback mechanism, accusing Iran of continued nuclear escalation and lack of cooperation. Iran suspended inspections of its nuclear facilities, a legal obligation under the terms of the 2015 deal, after Israel and the US bombed several of its nuclear sites and military bases in June. Its president, Masoud Pezeshkian, insisted last week that the country had no intention of developing nuclear weapons. The reintroduction of sanctions, which Pezeshkian described as unfair, unjust and illegal, is the latest blow to a deal that was heralded as a turning point in Western relations with the long ostracized Islamist nation when it was first struck. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country, we are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning. A very good morning to you, and tuned into the Situation Room this morning, this Monday, the 29th of September. Karibu sana and welcome as we continue with the conversations this morning. It's a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And our audience on KTN is here, plus those around the country listening in on terrestrial radio through the region and indeed the world. This is the Situation Room. Dennis Ndu and Dennis with you today. And we're getting into a recap of the events over the weekend, starting in from Friday, to look at some of the things that were said and the avalanche of things that happened thereafter. There was Jubilee NDC that took place on Friday, and former president and chairman of the Jubilee party, Uhuru Kenyatta, had a few things to say. He talked to delegates, but at the same time he spoke to the nation at large and asked them to make the right decision when it came to voting. Now, joining us this morning is Secretary General of the Jubilee party. Perhaps he'll debunk some of those things for us, but he's here anyway. Jeremiah Kioni is here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm happy.
Karibu.
I'm happy na shukuru Mungu.
You're happy?
Yeah, ametuweka hai.
Okay.
NDC was not an easy thing. I needed it out of my way.
So you needed to get it done and dusted?
Yeah, so that we could start thinking straight and look at you in the eye. Yes. And we are happy it went on well.
Yeah.
We are done, rested over the weekend, and we are ready. I see many people are a little rattled.
A little rattled. We're going to get into some of that.
Yeah, they are.
Because the NDC, usually when we look at what NDC should be, just before we get into that, is that it's basically aligning folks in the party towards what the party is going to do, whether it's moving into an election or just around ideological practice and thought. It seems that it came out to be a little bit more than that, because now everybody's talking. But we'll get into that in just a bit. Let's welcome you. Aseto is going to tell us where we are this week.
Okay.
We are in the Comoros.
Not in Malawi.
No, we are in the Comoros. Why do you want to go to Malawi?
Something about Malawi?
Because Lazarus went. And he wants a cow to go.
He did not wake up after 3 days.
Yeah. Today we are in Comoros, and it's the Union of Comoros, an island nation in the Indian Ocean between Madagascar and Mozambique. Now, the Comoros sometimes is called the Perfume Islands because of its rich production of one would call lang lang or yilang yilang. Depends with where you went to school, because it also produces cloves and vanilla. And today the proverb that you're getting from this country goes like this: you can win a woman with lies, but you cannot feed her with lies.
Uongo iko na mwisho yake. You can only tell lies for a while, but eventually the truth will catch up with you. It may take a while and it moves slowly. But once it catches up with you, you are totally exposed. And that's a very fitting or befitting proverb. For this is Uda at 3. That's what you were saying last week or 2 weeks ago. Uda at 3 years of Uda rule. We now can see where, and that's what the message in our NDC, by the way. The head of state was saying, we told you, we looked like we were not, we didn't know what we were telling you. You have now seen it. So she can have come home to roast. Yes.
Okay.
Sasa tuko hapa na ukweli.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So it seems that, as after the NDC happened on Friday, quite a number of folks got their knickers in a twist. But let's start and look at what an NDC is supposed to have done in the first place. We're talking about representation, provide a political platform to represent the interests, values, and ideologies of members and supporters. So that sets the ground for that. To say, okay, people said, Jubilee is dead. Jubilee doesn't know what it's doing. Is it part of a coalition? So an NDC called to kind of align everybody. Also development of policy, to craft policies and programs aimed at national development. And to then bring in issues of political participation, encouraging them to take part in the process of the party, accountability and opposition. To say, you know what, if we're not in power, are we providing a solid enough opposition towards the ruling party? And then governance, if in power, managing the state of affairs. In this case, not in power, so then solidifying the position of the opposition. Did all of these things take place in that NDC on Friday?
Yes, they did. If I think the starting point was, which must have surprised many, is when our party leader talked about the Azimio coalition agreement. And I think it was to remind everybody, including those of us in the opposition joining us as we continue, that before they joined, before they were born, we had been born into the opposition through the 2022 electoral process, where we were declared the minority, while whatever it court battles aside, we took over the position of the opposition. And we had a coalition agreement that was signed by more than 6 parties, 3 of them being Jubilee, ODM, and Wiper, and DAPK. And, Wiper has openly expressed their distancing themselves from Azimio. DAPK has even written, Mother actually exited. ODM has done the thing of betrayal. So it is only Jubilee that is still
in Azimio.
In Azimio, faithful to that agreement, and I must commend our party leader, saying we signed a document and we were not. Hatukuwa tunaichezea kona hapa na we meant what we were signing, and a decision would be made by the next convention as to where do we go. As of now, we are in Azimio, we are in opposition. And if you want to know, the only opposition with a document that is written and filed with ORPP, filed with the Speaker of the National Assembly or in Parliament, that's the only document that is known. If we were to, like for example, go and represent, this country required representation of an entity in the opposition, known in law. It is only Jubilee now. And we will play our politics from that angle. We will be guided by that document until such a time when the delegates again decide which other coalition or formation they would want to join. That doesn't mean that you don't work with others, but it is good to remain respectful to documents signed, because that's part of fidelity to multi-party democracy. And if ODM had not betrayed the document, we will be doing a little better as a unit, because
as a unit of opposition.
Yes, because you see, even as you talk about united opposition makes more sense when it is felt on the floor of the House. And the fact that our members of Parliament decided to behave in the manner that they did is one of the reasons why we needed a special NDC, so that we could look at our constitution and make it possible for us to ensure that we don't have this waywardness behavior. And so our NDC achieved what we wanted to achieve, because it also dealt with the policies, the direction we take as a party, the activities that we need to take as a party. We were called upon to start registration of members across the country, and to prepare ourselves for that electoral process of 2027. So instead of perhaps thinking of other campaigns, you engage your own members and ask them about one. There's a statement that was issued by the head, our party leader, that may not have captured, or may not have, you may not have paid a lot of attention to it. He said that being a child of a single mother by itself does not qualify you to become a leader. It wasn't just the single mothers that he was talking about. The question was, why is it that you want to become a leader? What's your track record? Is it because you are a victim of something, or is it because there's something that you can offer? There is some shade you can bring on board when you come on board. And these are the things that we are going to be talking to our people about, so that we improve the quality of leadership, the quality of the leaders that we put in various positions of authority come 2027. So we are happy with The outcome, we are happy with the function that we had. It was short and sweet, I believe. And we are now ready to move the pin a little further.
Yes. Short and sweet, yes. Even before the NDC took place, we already saw a crack in what one would call the united opposition, which Jubilee and yourself has been part of. And statements that have come from there is that Jubilee is now being used by the sitting government to dismantle the united opposition. Is that the case?
The NDC itself was short and sweet. The responses are all over. I am not sure.
Still going.
I am not sure which ones to focus on. And a lot of. But what puzzles me is when those who want you to be part of them in the united opposition are so vicious against the rejuvenation of Jubilee. We have been fighting for our survival in the courts for the last 3 years. And when we were fighting, they sounded like they were in support of our struggle. But when we seem to be through with it, instead of them celebrating us, they are all over calling us lead wheelbarrows. We have come to split the opposition. So it's like they wanted us, while they were telling us we were really, it's like they never meant well for us. But
well, then maybe you can answer the question. Is Jubilee part of the united opposition, or is Jubilee charting its own path when it comes to the political
It wasn't
arena?
left in. I don't think there was anything left in hisness.
Okay.
Our party leader said, "We are in opposition. We are signatories to the Azimio document. We will play our role in the opposition. We will prepare ourselves for 2027. We will join with other like-minded parties. But if it doesn't work, we will go it alone all the way."
So let's look at this.
Yes.
There was Azimio as a coalition, which essentially brought together parties who were then not the ruling party. All right? They came together, formed a coalition. There was Jubilee, there was ODM, there was Wiper. There were quite a number that came together, formed this coalition. After some time, it would appear as though Azimio didn't have the gravitas that it needed. And so people started to break away for many reasons, whether they thought that they could then form power fronts on their own, or whether individual parties felt that they could do this thing on their own. But then we then see them still coming and coalescing around each other, essentially doing the same thing that Azimio was doing anyway before leaving it. So far, so good?
Yep.
So now, essentially, parties are saying that Jubilee is opposing as a threat for doing what Azimio was meant to do in the first place.
And for them doing what Azimio was doing.
For them also doing what Azimio was doing.
Yeah,
so it would seem as though there's a lot of confusion in this opposition. How is it supposed to pose a counter to what would be an incumbent in the future?
To focus on the issues that are facing Kenyans and less on the clothes you are wearing today. You focus on the problems that are facing Kenya and the problems that took us to the streets as Azimio, the problems that took the Gen Z to the streets. And if you remain on that course, you will find yourself coming together. But if we are coming together to say that you are going to be the president, even before we deal with the issues of health, education, security, you can actually see terrorists have started coming right inside next to where we are sleeping. Instead of dealing with these issues, if we continue focusing as to who is going to be the flag bearer of an election that has not been called, a flag bearer of an opposition which and our parties are still like ourselves, it will be immature of us to sit at a table where people are talking about who is going to be a united flag bearer. Why? We have not done anything to strengthen our party for the last 3 years. They themselves have had, other parties have had that time. And it is only fair that we in Jubilee are also allowed to move around the country, get members registration. We are now doing 6 million new voters. We would want to get a chunk of those into our party. Strengthen our branches, rejuvenate our parties, think of where are we, and all those kind of things. Let me give you a good example that may perhaps bring this thing home. You see, we are facing the by-elections. But we in Jubilee, until last week, we didn't have a national elections board. It's now that we put them together. We may be meeting them for the first time this week. So even as they were saying that there are zoning areas, you cannot view here, you can view the other, we didn't have the organs to process those kind of decisions. And it's only fair that we allow ourselves as parties to get to the point where we can now say, yes, we have moved out of the country, we have heard people's voices and views, and now we also look for ways of allowing people to decide on this thing that is, when you hear our united opposition team, they are more concerned about the flag bearer, not the issues that are, hitting people. Last week, I think 2 weeks ago, I was here, and I still showed you this list. If I didn't, I think I did. Of the 295 bodies that are being buried by the city council or the city government.
Well, I mean, we saw you weren't here, but we did eventually see that story.
These are unclaimed bodies. These are young people, our young people who were killed during the Gen Z, the Sabasaba Maandamano. And we as opposition should be up there asking, how can we say that we have 295 bodies that needs to be buried, while we know that we had bodies at Kwale, half-chopped bodies, and if DNA tests are done, we'll be able to know who these people are.
But the argument from, the other opposition is all these points to the top leadership. And so the conversation, and they're very clear, and they've said their intention, everything they're doing is just one term. That's all the focus is on. So when you say that you are in opposition, and then you make reference to Azimio, and it almost appears then this opposition is only on paper, because ODM is with UDA right now. They're in the broad-based government. And then you have the opposition of DCP, Martha Karua's party, Wiper, DAP Kenya, and all these other parties. So it almost feels like, so you have a coalition of opposition parties where you have Rigathi Gachagua, Eugene Wamalwa, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Justin Muturi, DP. They're all there. Then Jubilee is all alone on paper with ODM. Because the others have already left. Wiper left.
I've paid attention to the way you have phrased your question.
Yes.
You have said Martha Karua, Stephen Kalonzo. You have mentioned other. You mentioned
there's one name I didn't mention.
You mentioned Muturi. Wamalwa you didn't mention.
I said Wamalwa, Eugene, DAP Kenya.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you see, then you said Jubilee. So you mentioned all these individuals.
Then you named the party.
Yes.
And that is the difference between all of us and the others. We are a party, a national party. And this national party signed a document called as the Azimio Coalition Agreement.
No, the reason, Kioni, the reason I actually mentioned names is because you and your party have been accused. You're still not fronting who is going to be a leader. We saw Matiang'i in the meeting. And the accusation here is when Matiang'i was in the United States, when he was coming back into the country, we saw Matiang'i with these the people that I've just mentioned. Then all of a sudden, then he's missing in some meetings. And openly and publicly, they've actually called Matiang'i a puppet. And the Matiang'i is in Jubilee NDC. So what's the reading in there? That Jubilee is going at it alone, and then you have all these other opposition, all these other party leaders coalescing together into one coalition, and then there's Jubilee.
Yeah, and we have said that we will work with like-minded political parties, and if need be, we'll go it our own. Political parties are registered as units. And you see, you want to ask yourself, we had an activity over the weekend as Jubilee. Mother's party had an activity also an NDC. Nobody is talking about Mother. All of them are talking about Jubilee.
Oh, of course.
For the reason that it's not another small party. It's a party that has presence across the country.
Whose party leader is the former president of the country.
And when we take it was necessary, and it was his decision that before we make any other move, let's call the delegates together. One, tell them that we have now the party back. Two, agree that we rebuild ourselves so that we deal with the issues. We are able to focus on 2027 if it comes our way as a party. And three, then know who among all these other in the opposition can we work with. Remember when Azimio was being formed, there were more than the parties that are in Azimio. There are those that chose to work with Ruto, others, and those that chose to work with us in Azimio. So it is important that that process is allowed to develop. As it is now, what should be putting us together are the issues that are facing Kenyans. The issues Kenyans want discussed. Whether we end up as one formation, it is too early to tell. It is too early to tell. And I want to tell you something else. I don't believe anymore that we can now sit in a room and agree that you're going to be our leader of this movement. No. And that's one of the things that these people in the United Opposition do not want. They want the 6 people to decide who is going to be the flag bearer. That will again end us. It will take us to the same place we were in with Azimio. Remember, that's how we did Azimio. And when I tried to say the flag bearer of Azimio, it was a nightmare in my own area.
What do you mean that's what happened with Azimio? That you went in too early to declare who was going to be the flag bearer? Or what do you mean?
People sat and agreed it is going to be him to be the flag bearer.
Okay.
They didn't give Kenyans an opportunity to pick. And if it happens again, we will go back to where we are, and Ruto will be happy back in State House.
Are you saying that Azimio is now going to give are you saying that Jubilee is going to give Kenyans an opportunity to decide who the flag bearer should be for the Jubilee party?
That is why we are starting registration and asking people what they think from the beginning.
So you're not fronting Matiang'i to be the flag bearer? We will front
the eventual person who is picked by Kenyans.
But my question is, at the moment, Jubilee party has not decided that...
At the moment, our flag, the person who has declared interest of running on the Jubilee ticket is Matiang'i. Yes.
All right.
So if it remains Matiang'i, it will be Matiang'i.
So Kioni,
but before that, it is important to again ask. I can't fathom this. You guys are pushing me hard on the United Opposition. But I would want to ask them, if they really want a united opposition, why the onslaught on us? Why, for example, how would you justify them calling Uhuru Red Wheelbarrow? Do you insult a person whom you want to go and cohabit with?
Who called him Red Wheelbarrow?
It is there. Yesterday in Kajiado, DCP was up in Marara the other day. You can play the clip saying, "Your kitu that is being unveiled tomorrow is a red wheelbarrow." So these fellas have become vendors of wheelbarrows all of a sudden.
So wheelbarrow, obviously, so for imagery purposes, is being likened essentially to UDA.
And I think...
right? And the question that has come out is that there was previously camaraderie between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto as the president. Just a few weeks ago, Uhuru Kenyatta in State House, and it looked as though they were very, very good friends. And so the question is there some friendship that's even deepening now, with the obvious Jubilee probably standing on its own, the friendship that we had seen between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto in State House, and then now when, the thoughts that perhaps, again, Matiang'i being called a project. This is where this all is coming from. Give your statement about that.
No, but you see, I think you can tell it. If you look at the headlines of yesterday, the people who were very bitter with our NDC were those in government and those in DCP.
Well, for government is because your party leader also made some very, very heavy statements at the current administration. So there was response over the weekend of a number of things, including the Linda Mama.
Does that answer you that if they were afraid, those heavy statements will not be coming?
So,
I mean, you're asking me questions that, and I have, you can actually see where it is. And this is a bit. We will we will soldier it alone if we cannot get somebody to work with, if need be. And the party leader said as much. Because you cannot keep telling me that I'm working with Ruto and you want us to work as united opposition. When you come near you again, you call us the red wheelbarrow. When we try to organize ourselves, you throw words into us. We will do this thing and we will unite with the parties that want to unite with us. By the way, in my office, I've met more than 12 political parties. And we'll do each a statement with them.
Who are interested in working with you?
Who are interested in pushing an agenda that is not of the nature that we are seeing from others.
Okay. So are you feeling you're being bullied are you being bullied into an agreement?
We are not the people to bully, but that is a word. There is that bullying. You know, you are not there. Then all of a sudden you are told you are not part of us. The next time you know, and even when Matiang'i was attending meetings with them, they would always light his name and put it out there like he doesn't have a party. Put Jubilee here, put Okoh here. And then the biggest thing, and this is not a secret, they have sat in rooms and told them, don't join Jubilee. Don't join Jubilee.
They were telling Matiang'i that?
Openly. In fact, on one time, you can remember Gachagua telling him, go to Kisii and come with a village party, come we negotiate. And then the question is, if you really want me to come over to your table, why are you dictating the party I should come with? Who told Gachagua to open DCP so that he can come with it? It was his choice. By the way, he's not even an official of DCP. The proper officials of DCP needs to speak on behalf of that party because he's not on any record as an official of DCP. So when you get to that level, do you think Matiang'i is a person to bully? By any chance, do you think there is any of those fellas there who can bully Matiang'i? He wasn't bullied when he was in government. And we wouldn't even be wanting to work with somebody in Jubilee who can be bullied. So that attitude is not helping at all. And I can tell you that we are focused ourselves. We know we performed. And this is the bit, by the way. Let me tell you where all this is coming from. The thing is, of all these parties, we are saying, when it comes now to deciding where you go, put your track record on the table. As an individual and as a party. Because you can only be elected on a track record. Not anymore because you come from a big community or you can lash at others better than the others. We are now saying, put your track record on the table. And I said the other day, Ruto was a minister for education, for example. Kalonzo was a minister for education. Matiang'i was a minister for education. That's his common ground. Let each one of them put his scorecard there. Gachagua can tell us what he did for the 2 weeks he was in Bunge. If there is a motion, he moved second.
Did you say 2 weeks?
Or whatever.
Okay,
I mean, we were with him in Bunge. It looks like it was just 2 weeks. Because I remember see him walking in once or twice. And that was it. Everybody, even if you have not been appointed as CS or something, wherever it is you've been working, put your track record on the table. Mother has a track record. You can talk about it in the constitution making process and the rest. Kila mtu awekele track record yake pale. So that you don't just come and join us or join in the opposition and we end up in where we are. I haven't bothered to call DCP UDAB. But if names are put on the table, I'll pick them. I think they fit as UDAB because it's exactly UDA outfit that is the other side of the coin. But calling names is not going to help us go to where we want. But I want to say this as I conclude on this topic. If we make a mistake, and this does not mean I'm saying that people don't have their rights. This is their own right. If you want to vie, you vie. But if a person vies from Mount Kenya region, that is playing into Ruto's hands direct. That's one statement that is making Gachagua very uncomfortable. And I'm not opposed to his running. But once you are able to split that block, which is what Ruto is doing every single day, he's trying to split the block, then you have given him an expressway for another 15-year term there.
But Kioni,
and this is and I want to repeat it again, and I know they'll hate me for this. We could also have offered ourselves, but you have to greed to power or self-preservation must be, you must put it aside and help the country move forward. We want to move Ruto out. Let us now focus on some of those hard facts. Wacha hii maneno tu ya kutembea tembea. Ukiita mimi Muguruki.
There are sentiments moving around, first of all, in terms of Azimio. So you talk about an outfit that is already dead by all means necessary. ODM is not there. Wiper walked out. You talk about Anak Kenya is now PLP. And why still stay there? Second of all, there is also another question on everyone has offered themselves as presidential candidates. Kalonzo Musyoka says he's going all the way. DCP party leader said he would offer himself as well. Karua is a presidential candidate. Why is there a problem, in your own view, when Jubilee is trying to fix itself to have its own presidential candidate moving forward to the 2027 general election? Because it has been said Jubilee is doing this to split Mount Kenya, not to move as a bloc. Is that the case?
One is that you may want to say Azimio is dead, but remember, in all this, only Azimio has presence in Mungai. So if you are talking about opposition, and we have finance bills coming up, we have all these things that are going to be passed, the only thing that can oppose something on the floor of the House is that thing that was called Azimio. Betrayed by the key party on the floor, ODM, which is very unfortunate. That does not mean that the fact that they betrayed it, we betrayed ourselves. No, it doesn't mean. For whatever it is worth, remember, I was in court fighting for who were majority, and we won. Raina was surprised when I delivered the judgment. They were declared, Junet was declared the majority leader, and they chose not to pick it or to take it. Now he is playing the role of majority leader in the office of the minority leader, because since he was declared the majority leader, you see less of Ichongwa and more of Junet. So what they did is they actually went further to snooker the whole population of people who voted for them. Instead of playing their role as opposition leaders on the floor, which is the law that they were given by the number of votes that they won, they went and snook and actually betrayed Kenyans. I want to encourage you not to take us through that route of betrayal. That's a document we signed. We campaigned on it. We are still faithful to what we signed, not faithful to what ODM did. And it is only then that people can trust you when you go to signing another document.
Okay.
Number two, if Kalonzo has said he wants to go all the way, Mother wants to go all the way, Ligadi wants to go all the way, what's the problem with Matiang going all the way? Why are they getting uncomfortable with it?
Because they're accusing him of being a puppet.
Yeah, but why is it that the others are not puppets?
Well, they're looking at a trail of events. When Matiang'i left the country, there were cases that he was facing. So he comes back. It looks like the government is the government is easy on him.
Which cases was he facing, by the way?
Sorry?
Which cases?
Well, they're talking about the land issue. Ruraka land issue.
Is it a case or an allegation?
Well, I'm quoting what the opposition are saying in quotes.
Yeah,
so they're just saying that the government seems to be so easy now on Matiang'i now that he's back. Nobody is trying to really follow up on the cases of Rivayala, the Ruraka land case. Nobody's really following up on those kind of things. And they're looking at also when he's traveling, as compared to, for example, Rigathi Gachagua and the others, they're stoned, their convoys are stoned. Matiang'i is having an easy way around. That's what they're alleging. Well, they accuse the state of sponsoring goons and all those things.
We can also carry the goons and the gases in our booth, and we continue stoning ourselves. If you want us to go to that level, so that we get sympathy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just raising quite a number of the issues that they've raised, and they've said that in a number of meetings where they've actually held themselves together waiting for Matiang'i to show up, he just happens to be a no-show at times, and is not very, very clear. There was even a quote that Kalonzo is also trying to figure him out. People are trying to figure him out. Where does he stand, really? Is he with them, or is he now on this other side? This other side being being sponsored by government. And you know how the politics is done in this country.
Let me tell you. Let me answer to that chain of thing. We can also say government has gone soft on Gachagua. By the way, Madugu na dada.
Here it goes.
The first thing William Ruto did was to remove cases from his cabinet.
Yeah.
He removed cases again from the rape. The guy who was charged with the rape. And, from Meru. What is the name of the Minister for Agriculture? Mithika Linturi. He removed theft cases against Gachagua, Mania County and Nyeri. He removed, go through that chain. So if there are people he's gone soft on, they are there. This morning when I was coming here, Matiang'i reminded me that the individuals who may be saying that he's a puppet are the same characters who are used to laid his own house. Juicy too. So this, and then you think you can bully people to stop campaigning by calling them puppets?
So it's a cycle. The same people in the game are being accused of the same things, and we're going round and round
talked about
with the same individuals.
They talked about the Rora. He was here doing interviews. He answered. He talked about the Yara River. He was here doing interviews. He said, bring the files that we left open. And when you're bringing those files, we also want to see the files of Musando, Jacob Juma.
Right.
What was the name of the security guard at Annex? I'm forgetting. Stenei or something. Kenei. He's got Kenei. Bring all those files. So, and you are in government. Why are you not taking him to court? But I think the important thing here is this, that we are in opposition. We will play our opposition. If it is, and when we play our opposition properly, I believe it will complement what the United Opposition is doing. We do not have to be in the same bus all the day, all the time to do our own opposition. We have our own policies, our own ideology. We have a track record that we want to talk about as Jubilee. And we believe that we will not be doing Kenyans any justice if we don't allow them to decide as to who the flag bearer will be.
Right.
And how we do that is a question of how we work it out. But I ask that we reduce the attack against each other and concentrate more on the issues that are before us.
Okay, let's focus on some of those issues, SG.
The solutions that we can put on the table when we are in power. Because if we quarrel among ourselves, we will completely lose what it is that we wanted to. Remember, I know he likes the one term, and I like it too. But remember, before the one term, it was the Bruto must go. The one term is like, we have agreed, wacha malisa term yako, tupabane kwa debe. There before, ilikuwa tunaamka kumpeleka nyumbani. There was more excitement when you were saying we want him home today than when you have said that you have to wait all the way to the end. And I am happy that our party leader made it very clear. Even to us, we wanted to know where are we in some of these things.
So my question is, SG, that we're going, the cycle, the same people are insulting each other. The same people are maybe flag bearers for their party or coalition. And you mentioned issues, and I just want to get into a little bit. But let's hear it from folks who are in the middle of all of this. Do you think it's time for some fresh blood in Kenya? Because the folks who are insulting each other, the folks who are figuring out whether which party or which other one belongs in whatever coalition, are folks who've been on the political scene for a minute. Do you think it's time that Kenya had some fresh blood?
That was also carried in the statement of our party leader.
Exactly.
That you'd want to see the young people step into the space and take leadership, and they know what they want, take the country to the next level. And that's why we are going to be engaged in registration of voters. We want to move around the country, encouraging them to take up elective positions. And we want them to tell us how than us telling them.
Okay.
Certainly, those who will be available to guide them because they cannot just step and kick everybody out. Those will be available to guide them. They will also pick them, those they can work with. And sisi tuko tayari na tunafurahia.
Okay, let's look at some of the issues.
Yes.
One of the big things that Uhuru Kenyatta mentioned during the NDC, mentioned without mentioning, but mentioned, was a health system, and he mentioned very clearly Linda Mama, which we can't run away from the fact that was championed to a great extent by former First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, right? And said that, you know what, here we are, that we're using a system that has been untried, untested, unpracticed, and we're putting Kenyans' lives essentially at risk by putting them to a system that has not been tested. Now, this got reaction, and I think the reactions are still reverberating through community until this morning, and probably will do so through the day, that there have been many answers, or would be things, to the things that he said about Linda Mama, and an education system essentially that was put to the dogs. But many point to that, looking at an education system that changed under Uhuru Kenyatta's leadership. And these issues now are then being interrogated. What's your take on what he meant by this? Is he saying that Ruto's government made essentially mistakes and turned things upside down?
What he said is that we had warned you that we have no doubt in our minds these people will not perform. That was not taken in, but it has come to pass. We warned on the projects, including those things of Hasla and Dynasty, places. It was not thought of highly then. Today, they have come to pass. He narrowed down and he singled out, like, for example, the case of Linda Mama.
Yes.
And the act that was passed 2023 did away with the Linda Mama project. I'm just reading it
Yes,
here.
it did.
Every expected mother is expected to make some payments. Yesterday, when I attended the Machakaya is the whatever, what do you call it? We went to condole with the family of a man in Muranga.
Yes.
And he's left a wife behind with 2 kids. The question you ask, you look at them and how are they going to make ends meet? It wasn't easy when the man was there. Now with the woman alone, and if for whatever reason she is expectant, for example, you now are expecting her to make payments. This Linda Mama was free totally.
Yes, it was.
Totally free.
Yes, it was.
And when I asked the women who were there, actually every other woman was saying, sasa ni shida, ni Mungu saidia, upate mtoto, muishi ama mkufe pamoja. That's what they said yesterday. Jana jioni, in a place called Gatumbo. So these are not things that were being said out of the blue. They are the cries that are coming from the people. That Linda Mama project had been initiated after quite some survey. And remember also, it was not being done by the First Lady, so that it was just a project for the First Lady.
No.
It was properly done in conjunction with the county government. And she ensured that the facilities were provided to each of the 47 counties. So that is a program that should have been continued by the government that came over.
Well, I mean, we know for a fact that women would go to hospital and come out having not paid. We also know for a fact that today, what women are being asked to pay in order to go for delivery is 27,000 shillings.
Yes.
Right?
And 27, and I don't know, 27,000 shillings for a normal delivery.
Yes.
Where the kijana, the Caesarean, wanaambiwa walipe pesa gapi?
Well, we don't even know.
If you know the amount of money, and even the 27,000 shillings, these women cannot afford. So they are being held in hospitals for all these kind of things. So it's a program that was working, and you can actually see a collapse on the same.
And it was funded by Treasury.
And it was funded by Treasury. We can't even tell where the money is. Now they are collecting more money, yet they are not even helping the women. Number 2, on education. We were at 100% transition. Forget about the system. The fact that this country had gotten to a point of 100% transition. Remember, when you are more actively involved in the maneno ya kutafuta ukora than now,
Why are you pointing?
Now he is an
That
armchair.
needs to be the tag on all of your platforms.
Yeah.
Hii maneno ya kutafuta wakora.
Yeah. Now he is an armchair more than. That time, those are the days when free primary education was introduced in this country.
Yeah.
And remember what Clinton said when he was asked, after you retire, which is this one individual living that you'd want to go and see? Then he struggled to pronounce the name Kibaki. And he was asked why he introduced free primary education in his country and 1 million kids showed up. Today, we are saying 700,000 kids. We lost 700,000 kids somewhere. Kwa umati. And we had 100% transition just 2-3 years ago. These things, not that these are the products of what we have, but you have now these terrorists. And what we were told then also is that the fact that we have people, we are pouring people in the streets and there is no education, there is no hope. They were being recruited in Somalia as Al-Shabaab. And they were being, Akina Kamau and Juguna were becoming the Al-Shabaab of this country. So the issue of get everybody in school, it does not matter whether they have a coin or they don't. We will struggle to pay. The starting point is, are they in school? Are they where they should be as we sort out the payment as a government? We've not now lost 700, and this is 1 year. This program has gone on for 3 years. So we are actually saying like 2.1 kids are lost somewhere in this country. That's a corrupt system. The fact that we already have too many young people who are supposed to be attending university education, but they cannot afford because of the funny funding model. Those are the things Uhuru was talking about. And evidence is there that it has collapsed. And I want to tell you this. When the preacher was preaching, aliniambia, hata kama hakuna kitu unaweza fanya, just scream about it. At least they will hear you. Our work in the opposition is to continue talking about these issues and making them a priority, push the government harder. If we had a voice on the floor, then they'll move motions, try to interfere with the bills and the rest. That part of the chain is broken. And that's why I'm saying, can we concentrate on these issues more and less on who sits?
One issue that as well Kenyans want to be addressed as a matter of immediate, because it is a problem, is the matter of debt. And debt in this country, especially odious debt, is said to have come into force during Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, Jubilee government at that time. And as we talk about the matters to do with debt today, as Jubilee gets to campaign 2027, this is an issue that Jubilee will have to answer in terms of the debt that the country finds itself in.
Yes.
How do you go to Kenyans and tell them that you will deal with the debt issue if you are the ones who brought this debt to them?
It is Francis Kenya, when he was the PS for Treasury, who said, there is nothing wrong with the borrowing. It is what you do with the money that is an issue. And he also said, those who have been in this market, they also said, you don't grow by using your own money. You grow by borrowing money and using it properly.
But the money that was borrowed is said to have gone into people's pockets.
Well,
Kenny.
at least we have the expressway. We have all this infrastructure we are seeing. Hapa nje, 6 trillion shillings we have been borrowed during Uhuru's time. Thereabout. But if you go around, there are projects everywhere. I want to go back to where I was yesterday at Gatumbo, because the pastor talked about it. Pale tulikuwa kwa hiyo boma, there was electricity. Kulikuwa na maji. Barabara hata igama kama kuna rami, you got tarmacked near that place. Those are our projects that were done at the Uhuru and Jubilee government. There is something you can show for the 6 trillion shillings. What do you have to, at 6 trillion shillings in 10 years, what do you have to show for the 5 trillion shillings that has been borrowed now in 3 years? Borrowing will continue. And remember, whether there is something to show or not, we still have to pay. We still have to pay. So the issue is that even when we take over government in 2027 as Jubilee, we will still pay this 5.5 trillion shillings that has been borrowed by Ruto, and anything else you not have paid in the 6 trillion. When you took over from Kibaki, we found at 1.9 trillion shillings that was outstanding.
Mhm.
That was paid. And nobody went around saying that Kibaki had borrowed. I mean, we did at least you can even saw the thick highway, which has now gone all the way to what is it, please? Marwa. Marwa, I think it's called Marwa. Uko mbele, uko chini Karatina. What can you show? Wewe niambie kitu moja ambayo imefanywa na hii wagwana.
So even if money was stolen, we can see some development. So it's okay.
It's okay. It is not good to steal, but it is good to have some development.
Even if you've stolen.
If you stole, and here's the thing, kama waliiba wale wako serikalini, si wawajike, wanagojea nini? Ya nini story?
We want them to arrest themselves.
No.
Come on, Kioni.
I'm saying, they say Uhuru government stole, and I'm not saying they did not steal.
Okay.
They have the government and all the instruments of power. Why have they not arrested wale wa Uhuru? We don't expect them to arrest themselves. Si wachike wale waliiba hapo beleni. Jamani. Wale wanaiba saa hii watachikwa na serikali itakuja. So that we stop this thing ya maneno mingi. When you come into power, look at Bush, Trump. For example. He kept complaining about this guy called Comey. Is he called Comey? Yes, and they have now taken him to court. They were complaining while they were in the opposition that this guy is doing things the wrong way. But they have now been able to put evidence on the table and they've taken him to court.
So
even if Ruto and team are saying that Uhuru's government stole, they should take the people who stole to court. That's why we have law, we have the constitution, we have institutions that are in charge of these things. And actually Uhuru talked about the agency thing that they created, and it helps reduce some of those wastages. So I wouldn't sit here and say that borrowing is bad. Every government that comes to power will borrow. It is a question of what do you do with the money that was borrowed. What level of wastage was evidenced when you are in power? And were you who was in power, were you able to deal with the misdeeds of the government
that came before you?
That was before you. I mean, that then will stop this vicious circle of talking about wage bill. And by the way, it's not the wage bill; it is development money. We have electricity in places we never had in this country. He's talked of moving electricity connectivity from 30-something% to 74%. Where are we now? How many more households are we connected? From 74%, are we at 75, 76, or are we at 72? Because houses are still being constructed.
These are the issues that Kenyans actually want to know about. And it will be interesting to see what the political arena then poses in the next few weeks, in the next few months. We say it's a year and a half away, but it's not that far. 1,000 days in politics is like a day, isn't it? Jeremiah Kioni is the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, and we're probably going to see more hits coming through. It will be interesting to see how it all
They are going to hit me.
Well, I mean...
we are used to it, but I want to say as we conclude, don't think you can bully anybody in Jubilee. We are not there to be bullied.
All right. It's coming from the mouth of the
look
SG.
for another one.
Look for somebody else to bully.
Yes,
SG of the Jubilee Party saying this morning. Thank you for joining us on the Situation Room and starting things off this Monday. Asante Sana. More conversations continue. It's 2:08.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Adrian Lisamira. Investigations are underway after a suspect died while in police custody last Friday at the Komwamu police post in Esabania, Migori County. Alan Kamau Kimani is said to have committed suicide. Police said he was found unresponsive, hanging on a window grill with his shirt tied around his neck. This comes days after the Law Society of Kenya took up the case of Simon Warui, who was found dead under unclear circumstances while in police custody at Mombasa Central Police Station. LSK President Faith Odhiambo said the society was collaborating with civil society groups and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights to push for thorough and independent investigation into Warui's death. A post-mortem examination revealed neck fractures, oxygen deprivation, and other injuries, including a broken hand. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has claimed that President William Ruto is seeking to divide the united opposition as they prepare to declare their flag bearer ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking on Sunday in Isinya, Kajiado County, Gachagua claimed that President Ruto invited Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka to join the broad-based government. At the same time, Kalonzo alleged that President Ruto is supporting Sudan's rapid support forces.
Anaambia kule Sudan tunataka human rights ziheshimike South Sudan. Hatutaki wanawake wasumbuliwe kule. Hatutaki mauaji. Hatutaki mambo ya goonism in Africa, in Sudan na huku nyumbani. Tunajua kwamba kikundi cha RSF hata huenda, and we are investigating this matter positively, quickly, huenda pengine wao wanapatiwa silaha za watu wa Kenya waende wakapigane nazo Sudan.
And as the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission begins a nationwide mass voter registration drive today, opposition leaders are urging young people to register and participate fully in the electoral process. Here's DAP Kenya's Eugene Wamalwa.
Kumsongesha Kasongo arudi Sugoi, lazima vijana wetu kuanzia kesho tarehe 29 wachukue kura ili Kasongo asonge arudi kule. Majenzi kwa hii kanisa tuna jenzi. Majenzi mpo, majenzi wa Kajiado mpo. Kusema one term is not enough. To make Ruto one term president, lazima vijana wa Kajiado na Kenya wachukue kura.
The voter registration exercise is aimed at enlisting an estimated 6.3 million new voters ahead of the 2027 general election. The registration campaign will be rolled out across all 290 constituencies, with the first launch taking place in Kajiado. Citizens can also register as new voters, update their details, transfer registration or verify voter information online at all Huduma centers countrywide. In Uganda, a presidential hopeful has vowed to abolish Swahili language if he is elected as the 2026 presidential race bursts into life. Mubarak Munyagwa, who is among 7 candidates seeking to unseat President Yoweri Museveni, who's seeking to extend his 40-year rule, said Swahili denies Ugandans international opportunities, given that it's not widely spoken in Uganda.
We shall ban Swahili as our national language. We shall ban it. We need French instead. French has a wider coverage. Burundi, they speak French. Congo, they speak French. Rwanda, they speak French. Congo Brazzaville, they speak French. Gabon, they speak French. Central African Republic, they speak French. We don't need Swahili.
English is Uganda's national language. Swahili was declared an official language in 2005 to promote regional integration within the East African community. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Oh, good morning. It is 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, and our conversations continue on the Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday. I'm already getting us to Tuesday. Let's get through Monday first, isn't it? And, you know, there have been many things happening. Unga closed a few weeks ago, and no sooner had that happened, it's likely that the conversation took place at Unga, whereby one of the Bretton Woods institutions has been approached then to then help Kenya with budget making. Not making, but budget financing, and which is one of the two instances under which you can actually borrow, according to the Constitution of Kenya. Bill Okari, who is a political economist, joins us this morning, and we're going to have a conversation around this, that what exactly it does mean when we're talking about this budget financing, adding on to the 11.8 trillion shillings that Kenya already owes. Bill, good morning.
Good morning with you.
How are you doing?
Not bad.
I've already started to throw things at you. So it's looking like. But before we get our hands dirty and wade into this water, Dennis is taking us to lower eastern part of the continent.
Yes.
Okay.
To be specific, the Union of the Comoros, an island nation in the Indian Ocean between Madagascar and Mozambique. The capital city is Moroni. You know, someone made a mistake and said Muhoroni. It is not Muhoroni. It is Moroni, And it has a population of around 900,000 people. They speak Swahili with Arabic influence, which is widely spoken. But let's go to the proverb today. You can win a woman with lies, but you cannot feed her with lies. You can win a woman with lies, but you cannot feed her with lies. How would you interpret that?
It is very close to a Somali proverb, which says you can bring a woman on board with lies. Yeah, but you have to keep her with
truth.
With truth.
With truth.
So it's you know, when you are, it's the selling. You have to, you know, you can sell something, but I think later, you know, it will catch up with you.
Yeah. One would say a lot is catching up with us as a republic, but that's a conversation you're getting right into, because when the government was coming into power, one of the things they said is we would not get more debt.
Of course.
Today we are back with
Indeed. 11.8 trillion shillings in debt. That's where Kenya is, looking at public and domestic debt when we put it together. And Unga closed just at the end of last week, and that was a position for many countries to have conversations. It's not lost on anyone that the headquarters of the United Nations is in New York, and this is the same country where the financing corporations for the globe also are not necessarily in New York, but in the continental US. And so conversations were had by many a country with financing organizations about what is possible for the future. Kenya was one of those countries. And after that is when we hear now that Kenya is having a conversation with the IMF for some financing towards meeting the budget. Again, one of the two cases in which Kenya is allowed to borrow for development and then also making up for budget. What exactly does this mean, Billo, and where does it put Kenya at the moment?
Very well. Let me give some perspective on this thing. First, I think whenever you see the IMF, they come here at the invitation of the government.
Okay.
They don't come if you don't invite them. That means if you are able to manage your resources, your finances, no one bothers with it. It's like any bank. No bank will come to your house if you don't want to borrow. Number two, we had a facility, a huge facility that was signed in 2021 after the COVID, to try and recover after the COVID shock. That facility was huge. It was $2.3 billion, and it was supposed to run for 3 years. And when that facility was left with about 800 million, that would have been accessed early this year. Then, of course, what happened is the Finance Bill 2024 got thrown out, and so the IMF review could not take place.
Yep.
And that was scrapped, and so there was no facility available for the government to try and cover their budget deficit. And this thing is all about the budget deficit. When your expenditure is more than your revenue, it's called a fiscal deficit or budget deficit. In the 10 years of President Uhuru, we had run at 9% budget deficit consistently, and we had raised so many times. I remember that, please, this thing is going to catch up with us. You can't consistently have this budget deficit. You're spending much more than that. Today, as we speak, it is still at 5.8 almost. If you look at the budget that was approved a few months ago, the target was it will be reduced to 4.3. It has always been the target that we'll get it below 4%, so that it can be manageable at least. So that means you will borrow less. The higher that percentage, the more you will borrow. And so that has been the challenge. So what happened is that facility then was scrapped, and now the government is not able to cover its budget deficit, which is growing. Revenues are not increasing. You've seen the KRA has consistently failed to achieve all its targets, and expenditure is increasing. That's another challenge. If expenditure was constant or is getting lower, then the deficit would remain or would be going down. But expenditure is also increasing. The government keeps on. The president visits your home. You want a road. This one wants a hospital. They continue pledging this one and pledging this one, and they're expanding. So I think then that is why the IMF is in town, because you invited them. They'll carry out a review. They'll do an audit to see whether you can qualify for a new facility. And traditionally, IMF, like any bank, will give you the facility with conditions. And that's where now the challenges come in, and that's where the Finance Bill 2024 came in.
All right. So what does this portend? And what kind of money are we looking at, essentially, that would come with this? Okay, so budget this year is 3.2 trillion.
Yeah.
In order to meet that, there's taxes, which we know, all right, let's take the last 1 year, coming out of every quarter. And even at this last time, before we saw the budget read, the most that KRA has been able to collect was 2.1 trillion. Right? And if a forecast is taking into place, forecast is giving it 2.8, 2.9, if possible. Are we essentially saying that if the forecast, and let's just play in a land of utopia for a moment, if the forecast is realized, that means that what Kenya is looking for, give or take, to be able to meet the budget is about $500 billion?
No, to be more. If you look at the expenditure, the way government presents its estimates or its budget.
Yes.
It's a bit complicated. There's always that question of transparency around budgets by governments to try and camouflage a lot of things. But the bottom line is that the government's expenditure includes not just expenditure of development and recurrent and those things, but it also includes the debt repayments.
Yes.
When you take all those into account, then you're talking of over 4 trillion, really, at the end of the day, that the government must be able to. So if you're collecting 2.9 and you're going to spend over 4 trillion, you have a deficit of over 1 trillion shillings. So what normally happens is that for the debts, if they're not able to pay, they roll over some of the debts. And so then when they look at the actual amounts that they're going to borrow locally or externally, then they will reduce and say, okay, we're only going to borrow 500, 600. But essentially what they're saying is, what they're not telling you is that there are many other loans that may be due, but which are rolled over, which are carried forward. So the actual deficit is what this is what debts are about. Debt is just accumulation of all those deficits.
You talked about IMF support. Well, obviously, comes with some very tough conditions.
Oh, yes.
So we've seen in the past conditions tied to VAT on fuel, for example. We've seen in the past issues on, subsidies, removal of subsidies, and all that. What in this present moment do you see as the likely conditions if then we get into taking further loans?
I think the most significant conditions for IMF was increased revenue collection, tax revenues. That has been the key one. And this is why you found in 2021, when this thing was introduced, Uhuru came up with the 8% VAT. And when Ruto came in, so that's not enough, please, we need more taxes, and they increased it to 16%. And that's why all those taxes in the finance bill came up. So the most fundamental, I think, thing for IMF is always, I want more revenues, because it's all about having the ability to repay your loan. That's IMF's number one condition. If you're not able to collect more taxes, then for heaven's sake, reduce your expenses. That's the next thing. If you're not able to reduce your expenses, and you are not able to raise tax revenues, then they look for other avenues, and these are the ones that we call governance issues. That's when they tell you, sell your assets. Kenya Airways, Kenya Pipeline, Kenya this, Kenya that, sell them. All these things about selling is part of this. They'll tell you we want to, get more levies through fuel levy or introduce other. You have to convince the government that you are. That's why you hear about carbon levy, this levy, that. Every ministry coming up with something. This is all about trying to generate more resources for government. That's if you're not willing to touch your expenditure.
And obviously, they're not willing to touch expenditure. We've seen this in the past. There will be a promise that, look, we will try to reduce how much money we are using in our line ministries. But that could be on paper, but practically you don't see that happening. And so you see introduction of new levies and new taxes. And now the conversations of selling off things that ordinarily in the past you would not hear. Kenya Pipeline, for example. So we want to privatize this, we want to privatize that, we want to get into partnership with this. So are we being prepared for, because it seems that's the direction we're heading, are we being prepared to go into that direction even before they sign any new deals?
The language simplified means if you want to borrow from IMF, tell us how you're going to pay. You must, and that comes from you, it's not from them. You have to tell them, look, I have the family's cabinet there I want to sell. I will sell my bed. I'll do this, I'll do that. You have to tell them. So all these things is part of the things that you're going to put on the table. I'll give you the facility. I'll cover your budget deficit. I'll run a program for you. But how are you going to do it? So I think, no doubt, that the sale of assets is one of the things, and that's why restructuring. Sometimes they call it restructuring of state corporations. Kenya Airways needs to be restructured and do this or do that, and this is all part of the whatever. But at the end of the day, it's all about we want more revenues to come in to be able to pay.
Below, you look at the way we are as a country and what we collect vis-a-vis what we spend, expenditure clearly is a problem. Now here's a question where, because IMF is in town, restructuring, and we have to sell this, we have to sell that, and Kenyans feel and say, we are not part of the conversation. We are not included in this conversation. We remove that. We are taxed. We give it to the government. How it is spent is not commensurate with where we are as a country. How do we fix that gap? What do we do? Because that's what Kenyans want to know. What must Kenyans do to ensure that their assets are not sold and that the government gets to deal with the expenditure crisis that we are seeing?
Very simple. The Constitution has dealt with that through an institution called the Parliament. Me and you are represented there. Government cannot borrow without it being approved by Parliament, by the National Assembly. You must ratify any facility, any loan, any borrowing. They set the limits, they approve the terms. So that's the institution that we are represented there. That's the institution that says sorry, no borrowing. So what are we going to do? Review the budget. They're the ones who approve the budget also. They can say, sorry, this budget, you can't finance it. You're living beyond your means. So let us reduce the expenditure. Let us scrap some of the ministries. Let us scrap some of the institutions. So that's where the conversation should be. So what if the parliament is not working? That's your question.
That's the question.
That's why we ended up on the streets in 2024 on the finance bill.
That means our problem clearly is our parliament, because the parliament as well seems to be saying what the executive wants.
Can you, and I just get a bit perplexed. I'm just trying to understand. And I think about this Kenyan problem, and it's not just a Kenyan one. And unfortunately, a lot of countries are going through the same thing.
Yeah.
The folks who crunch the numbers, because we know right now the budget process has begun. It started in the first week of September.
Yeah.
And that's going towards budget 2026, 2027.
Yeah.
They, when they are doing this, know that the money that they are budgeting for does not exist. It's not available. Are there countries on this planet that budget with money that the nation actually makes and doesn't take debt into consideration when it is budgeting? Is that possible?
Well, the richest country in the world, the US, has the highest budget deficit in the world, which runs into trillions.
Yeah.
There are countries where, for example, Saudi Arabia, where the oil revenues runs into hundreds of billions. And I know a couple of years ago, I was looking at the numbers. They were having a surplus. Well, you know, the revenue over there, they were having a surplus of $20-30 billion.
Every year.
Yeah. So there are countries, I mean, where you are, you know, other sources.
You're producing.
You're not relying on tax revenues and so forth. But even those ones, by the way, they look at long term. The next 20-30 years, is that sustainable? And so that's why you see them looking at other alternatives to oil revenues and so forth. So there are a few countries. When our friend Gaddafi was in Libya,
they were in a surplus.
They were in surplus all the time.
Absolutely.
And they were sending checks to the villages from the oil revenues. There are a few countries which have been endowed with resources. But I tell you, there are few. There are very few.
However, that the economies don't suffer because we've understood that there are very many countries that operate with debt, but not to the point whereby you're not able to meet the needs of the nation's economy.
Yes, you know, if you're not a powerful, you know, a country like the US, where they even sometimes talk of you know, using some unconventional means of covering their whatever, you need to live within your means, let me tell you. Otherwise, what will hurt you is not the borrowing or the ability to repay, but the conditions that come with that loan. Like in our case, the conditions that come with the loan are going to be very painful for your citizens. That's the challenge on trying to live beyond your means.
This is not novel in terms of an idea. This has been around ever since the Bretton Woods institutions. They may have tweaked their standards, when they have tweaked their requirements over time, but more or less they have remained the same. So we are aware of what these requirements are. We are aware of what the conditions are. It's like somebody saying, well, there's danger here. If you walk here, there's a likelihood that you would get stuck. But we walk right into it every single time. And one question is why? The other part of this question below is, should we budget according to available resources, or do we then budget and then go and look for the resources? Which one makes sense?
You know, a number of countries, by the way, after what happened in the 90s, you remember those structural adjustment programs? Latin American countries, Asian countries, that suffered. And many of them have moved away from this kind of facilities from IMF because of the troubles they've had those days. There's still very few countries like ours and others that are really going through these things because of what I would call bad governance. In our case, nothing short of bad governance. You do not have to take Kenya through this if it was not bad governance. And what do I mean by bad governance? Is that the 3-4 trillion shilling budget, how is that money being spent? If that money was spent prudently, if there was integrity in public service and the way the money is being spent, if there was no misplaced priorities, you would not need to borrow this money. What we are collecting, our 3 trillion, would be enough for us to run this country. But when that is not there and there's bad governance, then you end up doing this. And so Yes, to answer your question, as long as we, as Kenyans, continue to accept this kind of governance from one administration to then this will continue. And they'll continue digging the hole and we'll continue getting in. And
So is it possible for Kenya, and I'm speaking Kenya specific today, with all of the things that we are going on, look at health, look at education, look at the needs that are there, whether we have CBAs in education, CBAs in health, across board, there's infrastructure that's required, there are so many things that are happening at the same time, so many balls up in the air. And a budget, is it possible
leadership
to budget according to the resources that are available and survive?
We have discussed a couple of times that issue. It's all about the leadership. You need to tell Kenyans, let's have a convention. We remember last year, 2023, I suggested here and even to NARCO, let's have a convention on the economy. Let people come together and discuss, what do we do? This is our situation. This is our debt. Should we defer some of the developments that everybody wants? Should we defer some of the, the programs that we want to do? Why must you try and do everything at once? For example, one of the things I have raised often is that for every policy that a government brings, please look at it from the cost of living impacts, and the impact on the taxes and so forth on the citizens. You don't have to everything now. So why is it difficult for the leadership to tell Kenyans, look, gentlemen, this is our situation. Sorry, but we are not able to carry out ABCD. We are going to defy it. That way, yes, you can go into, but where that is not available, and where we look at political expediency, always, then I'm telling you, we are going to get into this situation. And that seems to be our challenge in Kenya. It's all about political expediency. The moment you come in, you're planning about political survival. And so then some of these other, the rationality of all these things then come into question.
Can Kenyans today wake up and tell the government they put in power that we demand to have this conversation regardless of what you decide as an executive, that because we find ourselves in this predicament because of the wastage, the corruption and political expediency that you're talking about, is it possible for Kenyans to say, fine, we've given you an opportunity to do what it is you wanted to do, you failed? As a people, knowing that Parliament has failed us as well, is it possible for us to say, even the debt we're not paying? And what would that mean?
If you don't pay the debt, the buck will stop with the country. So then the challenges would continue to mount on the country. I think what is important is to hold the leadership to account. That's why it's better to call for that meeting. And if you want to call a meeting, you remember last year when Raila said, let's have this meeting, and others said, no. So whenever we want to do something, the political aspect comes in. Maybe if we call that meeting, these guys will try to wash their whatever story and they'll get away with it. So the other group doesn't want it. So, but at the end of the day, if you say we don't want, as Kenyans, I am not paying this. By the way, the way the IMF and World Bank works, they normally don't like conversations with Parliament. That's not their tradition. No. They prefer working with the executive because they believe the relationship between the Parliament and the executive, that's not their matter. That's internal. Parliament has approved the budget. They have mandated the executive. I want to deal with the executive. That's normally their whatever. So if you try to getting as people or whatever, they simply say, fine, okay, you can't pay our bill, our loans, fine. They'll simply blacklist you, and then you get into trouble from many other quarters.
But this is a commercial entity. Let's be honest. That when the Bretton Woods institution in New Jersey in the 40s essentially came out, this was building Western Europe. That's what they did. After 1945, they built West Germany. They built France. They rebuilt Great Britain. They put money, but they were looking for business. They were looking for commercial activity to grow the money that they had. That is how they came up as an entity. And the surplus is where they said, then the way we built Western Europe, we can also build other entities around the world. That is how the fund and the bank came to be. So they're not in it for camaraderie or the brotherhood. It's not kumbaya moments all over the world. They're there for the bottom line. They want to make money. So even when we say that they don't invite anybody, we come to them. Is it not possible for people to say, well, we don't need to deal with this IMF money?
That's what I said. A few countries in Asia after that, the 90s crisis, have said we don't want to deal. Like Malaysia, they've been avoiding dealing with IMF for quite a while. So you can. It's up to you. If you simply don't want it, they don't. But it has also been used, IMF, for political purposes. You know that very well. So if you are in good books with Washington, you get looked after by IMF in a better way. So some of the pain that accompanies their facilities would not be there. So sometimes there's a political aspect of it that has been used quite often. But let me tell you, the bottom line is Kenya. It's not about the bank. If you don't have a budget deficit, you don't need IMF. Yeah, and we saw it. I mean, like during the time when we had very little appetite for borrowing in some of the second term of Kibaki, we didn't quite have a serious problem with that. But then when COVID came in, for example, in the second term of Uhuru, and the economy, the taxes were reduced and the economy was in chaos, and so they had to, they went back to IMF and said, look, we have to recover from COVID effects. So sometimes, but for us, generally, it has been because of the governance issues, because of expenditures, money being wasted. That's where the issue of Kenya is. It's not lack of revenue.
Okay,
so we keep saying it's not lack of revenue. We collect more taxes than everybody else in this region.
And it's possible to do that. Let's look at some numbers below. That Kenya currently owes the IMF. This is from monies that have been taken before. Kenya currently owes the IMF $4.14 billion US. Okay, that's what the number looks like now. Before you even add this new whatever the case may be. So from what it looks like to me, that Kenya could be in this state where it is forever subservient to the IMF because of the kind of money that it owes. So it is very comfortable for you to go back and say, okay, top me up just a little bit, I'll just keep paying in what I've paid. So Kenya will be in a constant state of repaying to the IMF, number one, while still taking more. Is it possible for Kenya then to be independent of this, number one? And can Kenya operate without this borrowing, meeting budget deficit, development programs, etc., without this IMF money? Let's assume that it's been paid.
The one of the things,
this 400 billion is 1 year's budget.
This year, this government is required to pay close to 1.9 trillion to service debt. Just look at that number, 1.9 trillion. Do you have it? Yes, I have it. Pay. You don't have it? Yes. You borrow from some source to repay part of that debt. You saw it in the $2 billion Eurobond. We didn't have money to pay it, so you borrowed to pay. So that has been the case when you are in a debt trap in many countries in Africa. We've seen it in Ghana, we've seen it in other countries. So we end up in a situation where IMF essentially is helping you. Actually, this facility now they've come for, this trip they're here now, it's all about how to help Kenya to repay the debts. It's not money for roads or for hospitals. There are loans due. You don't have enough revenues, so they'll help you with these facilities, so that then you can same way they did the Eurobond. So we got into a situation where if you don't pay those loans that are due, then you become a defaulter and you get into more consequences. So what governments do then is get into IMF to help them to be able to repay some of those debts, and so that your books you become your debts become sustainable and so forth.
And then that guy who is always sad, Moody, will now tell Kenya that they've dropped you some points on the list.
So that if we didn't have this debt, I agree with you, we can live with it, we can finance everything of ours. But now with this, you collect 3 million and you pay 1.9. Come.
Bilo, I'm just curious. We can't separate politics from this conversation.
No, you can't.
At all. So I'm thinking of a situation where, IMF comes into town, they're having a conversation with the executive, because that's what they do.
Yes.
Obviously, they know, they've done the background checks, they know these people are about to get into an election in another year or so. They know the conversations with Kenyans went on social media and wrote emails to IMF, to World Bank. It's not that these people are not jammed their email systems, that please do not lend money to our country again. But do they listen? They don't. They still come. So they know the politics around the country. They know the temperatures. They know the protest. They know the finance bill protest. They know all these things. But they're still willing to come in, sit with the executive and have discussions on how much money do you want, but then these are the conditions. And they know if you default, like you said, the consequences are so heavy. Here's a situation I am thinking, are we then saying we are actually in a rabbit hole, because whoever borrows now, you'll be required to, whether you restructure, repayment, whatever it is that you do, you'll have to do this at least for the next 5, 10, 15, or even 20 years. It's a never-ending cycle. So for them, it doesn't matter who is in power. We're having a conversation with the executive. And then once we pass this, whoever takes over, now this is the politics. I can borrow, if I'm sitting today, I can decide I want to borrow this much. I know in the next 2, 3 years or 5 years, I'm leaving, I'm not there. So I don't care who's going to pay, how you're going to restructure, but whatever I'm paying, I will do whatever I want with it, because whoever is going then to pay the penalties is the incoming government.
You see, in governments, normally, when it comes to these matters, it's simple. You kick the can down the road. Leave it to the next guys. They'll come in, they'll do the same. So if you look at when it was Kibaki, only 1-point-something trillion, when it was Moi, it was something, so everybody just pushes it down. And leave it to be dealt with the next guys who come in. That has been politically, that is the philosophy. But so with all the emails we've written and all the noise, why is IMF coming to the country? I've just mentioned that it's politics. There's the US politics, Western politics. They need to have a grip on your country, one way or the other. If you have no facility with them completely, there aren't many ways in which you can be influenced. And so quite often they would want to have a say in the way your government is run, in your country is run, and you become more vulnerable if you have a facility. And so this is the reason why they can't just say, look, we have been told by Kenyans to get lost and we're not interested. They can't tell the government, sorry, but your people refused. No, this is why these institutions are there today. In 1940s, it was for building Europe. Today, it is for controlling the rest of the world. So where will the control be?
And mostly Africa.
Africa, of course.
Because I'm looking at the countries that have defaulted here. And, for example, Zimbabwe, early 2000, fell into arrears with IMF. They lost voting rights. They were cut off from most international financing. The country was so broke. We were told yesterday that in Zimbabwe, part of the tax laws, the actual businesses have shut down, so they are taxing on anticipated profits for your company.
Can you imagine?
So tell us what you anticipate to make. So we're going to tax that. And this is not money that you've already received.
But let me tell you, this country, we don't have a problem of revenue collection. We are very comfortable compared to all these other countries in the region. Our problem is on the expenditure. And this has been our Achilles heels for the last, I don't know how many years. So there's so much wastage in public service. You can't believe it. So what do we do?
So, below, we've agreed our problem is wastage. IMF is already here. It's here to do its investigations, its audit, and everything before they give us this facility. This would end up into two things. Higher taxes would end up into restructuring of government, the civil service. That means some people might go home. Also would mean that facilities would be sold off or would be privatized. Just what should Kenyans expect with IMF here?
I would expect more taxes. I would expect more taxes. I do not see how else this government can convince IMF to give us $1 billion. We're going to sell assets. We're going to enhance our accountability in public expenditure. We're going to reduce this or that. IMF has been around and they know that's not quite possible. They have always said we're going to go into austerity and this and that, and it's not worked. So IMF's focus has always been on taxes. Can you generate more revenues to pay us, to pay the debts? And that's why I think they will. The only thing, the difference this time will be they'll not be so blunt, and simply put taxes, milk, bread, and they won't come with those things. But they might find a very salient way of doing that you won't feel, but it'll come through the businesses, and so you'll only, I have no doubt that taxes have to be one of the key things that they will look at.
That means as the budget making process is ongoing right now, perhaps Kenyans need to invest their time into how that process will be, to understand exactly which areas would be taxed and know how they can circumnavigate that.
Oh yes, and let me say, Kenyans need to look at particularly the concerns of the businesses, because when the government wants to take more taxes, they are not going to just put on bread on milk the way they know that one is.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore.
They'll go to the business. So you manufacture newspapers, and they will start saying, there's print paper that imported will carry this or that excise duty or this and that. So you think it is the business guy who's being punished. But the bottom line is that the cost of the paper will go up. And the cost of the phone will go up. Everything will go up slowly, and that's the way they very insidious way of.
And is the business community as well involved in this budget-making process, or even just lending its advice on the government before going to IMF? No, not before going to IMF. No, in IMF, no. But in the good old days, when the budget was being done, the private sector's voice used to be taken seriously by Treasury. They will take all those things into consideration. Today you see them, they're just making, crying out like me and you on the streets, the same way the civil society and all other groups are making it. So every day they submit, and nobody, you've seen the noise that has come from manufacturing sector, from KEPSA, from everyone. It's the same. So I think they won't listen. IMF does not take that into consideration. IMF simply deals with the executive. They believe the executive has a mandate to rule. Period. So we deal with the executive.
They may not touch the taxes that affect the way they say the common mwananchi, the wanjiko, unga, sukari, maziwa. I'm looking at the dailies today. Close to 116 companies have shut down in the past 4 years. These are major companies, with another 115 warning of imminent closures within the short term from December last year. They're going to shut down. More than 40% of employers under the Federation of Kenya Employers, FKE, had last year indicated they were planning to reduce the number of employees to meet the increasing costs of operating in Kenya. So the cost for business has gone up. So then what we are seeing, it has put an average number, 2,000 members, and you have now a lot of people working for different companies losing their jobs because companies then cannot afford to sustain the wage bill.
You see, the business, one of the fundamental responsibilities of any government is to create that conducive environment for business. That's all you need to do, so that people come and do business in your country and create jobs. That's how revenues are made. That's how jobs are created. The moment your business environment is bad, companies will fold. Because why would I start publishing if I'm going to make losses year on year? Because of the cost of production is very high. Electricity is high, tax is high, this tax is high, that tax is high. So, it's becoming very uncompetitive. Over the years, we have become less competitive. That's why you find companies have gone to Uganda. Companies are now going to Tanzania. But largely, many have gone to Ethiopia, to Egypt, and places where it's more, the business environment is more friendly, the cost of production is lower. So for years, from the time I remember we were in ISPAC, we used to raise this thing more than 20 years ago. The cost of production is crazy in this country, and we're going to lose businesses. Companies will start leaving this country. But nobody will listen. Government executives apparently do not seem to be in sync with what happens in the business world. So when business people try to tell them, this policy is not good, it's going to affect our businesses, they say, Anna, you guys are just making billions. You don't want to pay taxes. Everything about government is, you are making money. But business is suffering, and in fact, many more will continue to shut down. Let me be frank with you. I mean, we're all struggling. Businesses are struggling to survive in this country because of the high cost of production, and tax is one of the major. I import cooking oil. So for every ton that we import, I say a ton of oil is now about $1,000. Crude palm oil. So I pay, if I'm bringing 1,000 tons, I'm paying $1 million, right?
Yeah.
I pay the government another 33%. That's $330,000 before I get it out of Mombasa port. Yes, I'll pay 10% duty, I pay add 16% VAT, then I pay the IDFs, the RDLs, and all those levies and whatever, 300. So you go here to Ethiopia, there's that zero on government on if you're importing edible cooking oil. Absolutely zero. If you're doing so, in many countries they look at what is essential to the society, to the people. They would not tax those things. So now, forget about the people. So if this company is trying to manufacture that and they find they're not able to sell because the purchasing power gets low, and so all that. So people are going to shut down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how have other countries, we talk about Asian countries, but we also know that these are countries who are operating at some point in a surplus, no matter how. You talk about oil, and I think already of Indonesia, where at some point they said, you know what, we are not selling any of our oil out, and we're not selling to anybody for a period of time. We're going to keep it in the country. We're going to protect our farmers, number one, but then also we need some money to be floating in the economy. They only open those doors later. So we know that at some point they're operating at a surplus, no matter how minimal. So that's why it allows them to say, okay, well, then we don't need to borrow. Some African countries, one in particular, we keep using this example, but Burkina Faso said, you know what, we're not taking any more of this external funding. We're going to sort it out here and make it happen. Do you look at pain in the short term as a payment for the future and say, okay, let's tighten the screws. Let's really go into proper spending. Does it pay off?
You see, when William Ruto came in, you mentioned when you started, he said no borrowing.
Yes.
I want us to raise our own taxes and live within our means. Fine. Okay, so the taxes we're paying, but how that taxes will be spent is what will determine whether you can live within your means or not. So if you just deal with the side of taxes only, but you don't deal with the other side of the expenses,
yes,
then the consequences where we are now. We started going back to the borrowing. So it's all about, that's why I keep saying this thing is all about leadership, really. At the end of the day, if the leaders feel the pain that people are feeling, and the pain of the country, we are losing businesses, companies are being shut down, we are losing competitiveness. If the leaders really look at all this, the longer term effects of all these things, they'll say, no, I won't borrow. I don't want all these challenges, they're going to affect the country. Let us try and cut down on our expenditure. Let's the government lean. We've talked about rationalization of government from 2003 when Kibaki came in. And that's why the constitution will reduce the ministries from 30-something to 18. But, people have become, every government becomes more crafty. So in a ministry, you could have departments, then you have PSCs for departments, and so the thing remains, nothing has changed. Afia House is Afia House before the constitution. After you have devolved 96% of the services, Afia House is still there. Yeah. Nothing changes. So, so we are not really looking at the interest of this country. I'll be frank with you, we are not.
So, Bilo, you look at the way the situation is, more taxes will be introduced to Kenyans. That means less power to purchase. More taxes to be introduced on businesses. That means environment for doing business is bad. That means prices of goods and commodities would go up. Just let's look at the converse. If the government today decided to lower taxes on businesses, to allow businesses to more investors to come into the country, for Kenyans to be able to purchase more, are we looking at a situation where the economy will do better? Are we looking at a situation where money circulation will be there and that the government itself would be able to collect more? Are we therefore saying what the government is doing by increasing more taxes is essentially denying them the very tax that they want?
You can take it to the bank. Exactly what you said is correct. And that's why when Buddy came in, you remember this gentleman called Buddy, the treasury, he says when he came in, one of the things he said is, I believe more taxes discourage investment. And it's better to have less taxes. I'll collect more revenue. It's a fact. Everybody knows. Because if you have less taxes, then your country becomes a better place to do business. And so more businesses will come in, more investors will come in. At the end of the day, what happens is, in the medium term, 3-4 years or so, then once those businesses are established, they employ more people, they'll pay more taxes. That's a fact. Everybody knows that. But when a government, I think he mentioned earlier, the governments are in a hurry. You're looking at election. It's 2 years to go. Nobody's looking at that. They want to see how you can collect money and build a road there and build a road and get the votes back. So it's the political experience that's riding everything. But otherwise, that is the option that everyone knows works best. Yes.
Why don't you just pick it up then?
Yeah. So you remember when this government came in, they went around the country. You guys were doing the counting. How many trips they have flown? And hundreds of business delegations came from everywhere. There was a time we were told from Saudi alone, investors worth, I don't know how many, 13, 14 trillion are in town. They came from UAE, they came from Qatar, all over the world, Europe. And we said, oh my, this country, we're going to have investors. None of those investments, Indonesia, every country was coming to Kenya. Because they were told that this is the place to do business. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. Where are they? Why is not a single company establishing? Because then when you take the pen and pencil and start doing the numbers, you find, no, this place, the business environment is not conducive. It's not worth it. I'll not make anything. Why do I put the business here?
Because if it were, they would be here.
Yeah. If it's good, let me tell you, you don't even need to go and tell them. They'll see it from everybody knows what's going on. They'll be here. So that's why people are moving to other countries, and that's why the people are shutting down. You can see companies. Why would companies shut down that want to run business? Because the environment is difficult. You are not making money. You are making losses. Yes, the cost of finance was high. Everything was a challenge.
Okay, it's a tough one.
It is.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but. Let me tell you, there was a time we went to Uhuru, when Uhuru was the president, I was in the Senate, and we went to China, Okari. And I was in that delegation, and we were looking for this SDR loan. And so I remember when in the meeting with the Prime Minister, and he told the president, your country, I don't think you guys will do very well, because you talk too much. There's so much politics in your country. I was there. That meeting.
Wow, okay.
So there's so much politics in your country. You can't, because in countries where people really have focused on what exactly they want for their people, for their citizens, then we won't go into these IMFs and all these stories. You'll know what's going on. And people have just spoken last year on the streets and said, we don't want this. And you're calling those guys back today again. And you know what they'll tell you is we want more taxes. So it's like you haven't learned any lessons, really. So unfortunately, that's the sad thing. And I don't think it's about one president doing that and the other guys who are going to come in would be any different. I think the script is the same, more or less, from a political team. But last time we thought 2024, there's a bit of a fear now and things will change. But I think it was only for a short time. And now people are back to the usual mode. So
it's like a slap on Kenyan's face. Whatever you are against, we're actually bringing the fellows here and you do the meeting here.
Yes. And now we are stronger because it's broad-based. So others have seen our perspective and they've joined our government. So we'll get it. Kenyans will go along. That's the unfortunate. So I think that what this government really needs to focus on is expenditure. They will save us all this trouble. So I don't personally mind if you sell assets. You see that one. Many of the, if you look at almost these 200 plus government state corporations, some of them take quite a bit of money, like Kenya Airways. I mean, we're always pumping in billions every year. And we have spent, and the whole alone, we pumped over 150 billion into Kenya Airways. So some of these organizations or state organs or whatever, you might think they are not really necessary. And that report that was done during Uhuru's time by Abdikadir, trying to merge some of them and rationalize on quite a number of them, would have saved quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
I keep repeating this. When I was a young man in this town, there was a company called Kanatko Taxis. Do you remember?
Kanatko, yeah.
Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
Do you know, before Uhuru came, before Kibaki came, even before Kibaki came, is when the government said, okay, we are now privatizing that thing, we are going to stop it. To date, if you go to the airport, they're still there. They're still running the government number plates, and you don't know why it's still there.
Yeah.
So it's not easy in government. Sometimes you wonder why, what's going on? Why? So somebody has an interest and they say no. So tafanya baadaye, ngoja kidogo.
Well, there was a team called the Dream Team during Daniel Moi's time.
You remember?
I'm sure you remember in the 90s when we had economic issues and Kenya was under pressure from IMF and the World Bank to implement at the time structural reforms that are going to affect a lot of government operations. There was obviously cutting corruption, and all this was to just try and stabilize the economy because we were really in a bad place. And you might argue, and at the time, there were even questions around the salaries that were being paid to the people.
Those people, yeah.
How many were they? I'm trying to remember the number.
About 5-6 of them. Martin Odor and Naliki.
Yes.
Quite a number, yeah.
Yes. And they tried coming up with a report. Were those things ever implemented? Because right now we also seem to have a dream team around the president in the name of advisors. And we're still having a repeat of the same conversation.
If you remember in 2016 when Trump came in, he says, if I go to Washington, I'm going to drain the swamp. Because, the bureaucracy of government and those things. But it's not easy. When you come into power, then the bureaucracy, in government, you'll be confronted with this. You're told, sorry, but this one you can't do it. If you do this will happen.
Well, Elon Musk tried
yes,
to save the US government.
He was in the doghouse, literally.
And he couldn't.
So that's the challenge. So I know the Dream Team, very good people, quite a number of professionals who are in the private sector, very successful guys, and they really tried. But the idea was I think what the IMF and World Bank at that time wanted was to improve that image so that they could then give facility. Which I think for the period that they were there, they were able to access some of the things. But I think some of those changes were not sustainable, and some, and so they went with those officers when they left. You remember when things became elephant, they just had to leave, and some of those reforms ended with them. And after that, quite a number of people came in. By the way, IMF has always been, seconding people to treasury, including the last CS and Uhuru, guy who got arrested. He was also seconded to IMF. These are all IMF guys, and the idea has been that they know what we want and how we work, and so when they get into the government, they should be able to. But when you get in and the bureaucracy and those things, then you find and the politics, you find that things cannot be done the way they ought to be done.
Well, sometimes conversations, blow the lid on some of these things, and it's good that you're in that position whereby you're able to see the reality of things and say, okay, well, something actually absolutely must be done. Bill Okaro, political economist, has been here with us this morning, and we're looking at what Kenya might be getting into deeper in terms of debt and perhaps where eyes need to be opened. Bill, as always, thank you for being part of this with us this morning. Conversations continue. It's 9:01.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. More cracks are emerging in the opposition days after DCP Deputy Leader Cleophas Malala implied that Jubilee was working with President William Ruto to divide Mount Kenya ahead of the 2027 general election. It comes 2 days after Jubilee Party leader, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, emphasized the party's intention to field candidates for all elective positions as he presided over the National Delegates Conference. Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, who appeared here on the Situation Room, said the party may field its own presidential candidate. He criticized opposition leaders of alleged attempts to unilaterally decide who will be their flag bearer.
As it is now, what should be putting us together are the issues that are facing Kenyans, the issues Kenyans want discussed. Whether we end up as one formation, it is too early to tell. It is too early to tell. And I want to tell you something else. I don't believe anymore that we can now sit in a room and agree that you're going to be our leader of this movement. No. And that's one of the things that these people in the United Opposition do not want. They want the 6 people to decide who is going to be the flag bearer. That will again end us. It will take us to the same place we were in with Azimio.
Kioni further accused the United Opposition of branding Jubilee a red wheelbarrow and bullying former Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, who has declared his intention to vie for president on a Jubilee ticket.
You cannot keep telling me that I'm working with Ruto and you want us to work as United Opposition. When you come near you again, you call us the red wheelbarrow. When we try to organize ourselves, you throw words into us. We will do this thing and we will unite with the parties that want to unite with us. There is that bullying. Even when Matiang'i was attending meetings with them, they would always light his name and put it out there like he doesn't have a party. Put Jubilee here, put Upa here. And then the biggest thing, and this is not a secret, they have sat in rooms and told them, don't join Jubilee.
Following a story published on Monday in the Standard concerning the fate of a family that had been denied their king's body for burial by a Nairobi hospital, the Commission on Administrative Justice has taken over the matter and called the family for an interview in a bid to have the hospital compelled to release the body. The Office of the Ombudsman was shocked that Westland Specialist Hospital had withheld the body of Mary Wanjiru, aged 57, for over 4 months because of a medical bill she incurred in just 3 days, according to documents seen by the Standard and shared with the Ombudsman's office. Wanjiru's family has since uprooted the tents pitched to mourn her in her compound as they resigned to fate. Wanjiru incurred a bill of over 700,000 shillings, which the family was unable to pay. A fundraiser held at Wanjiru's home in Deya, Limuru in early July did not raise enough money to offset the bill. Investigations are underway after a suspect died while in police custody last Friday at the Komwamu police post in Esebania, Migori County. Alan Kamau Kimani is said to have committed suicide. Police said he was found unresponsive, hanging on a window grill with his shirt tied around his neck. This comes days after the Law Society of Kenya took up the case of Simon Warui, who was found dead under unclear circumstances while in police custody at Mombasa Central Police Station. LSK President Faith Odhiambo said the society was collaborating with civil society groups and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights to push for a thorough and independent investigation into Warui's death. A post-mortem examination revealed neck fractures, oxygen deprivation, and other injuries, including a broken hand. At least 4 people have been killed and 8 others injured after a gunman drove a vehicle into Michigan church, opened fire and set the building ablaze, police say. Officials said the attack on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, a town 100 kilometers northwest of Detroit, happened during a Sunday service attended by hundreds of people. The suspect, identified as Thomas Jacob Sanford, aged 40, from Michigan, was later shot dead by police in the church car park. Authorities are investigating the incident as an act of targeted violence, but say the motive remains unclear. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so we're getting into it. It's 10 minutes after 9 o'clock, and the Situation Room continues right here. Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday morning, the 29th of September. I know Dennis is heavy in the shoulders because he's saying, oh my goodness, where are we going? If that is what the economy looks like, and debt, and you want to move? You want to move?
Anybody you ask, if you had an opportunity to move out of this country, without blinking, yes, let me relocate.
Today,
let me move.
Are you going? You did what?
He's saying, why did he come back?
Why did you come back? You'd have stayed on leave.
But anyway,
that's what it looks like.
It is sad.
It is sad, and that's why I guess why we have those conversations sometimes, to lift the lid on the realities of things and try to then be able to see what's really cooking beneath the surface, and that is actually what forms the basis for the conversation that we have this hour. And as we get into it, our live streams are still up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and on KTN, wherever you're tuned in around the nation, the region, and the world. This is the Situation Room. We will afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted through the conversations that we have, and we'll continue doing that. Into Dennis, and Dennis with you today. And as we continue into this final conversation, Dr. Ada Tatu is here with us this morning. She's a counseling medical doctor, and she's here with us this morning. Good morning, Dr. Tatu.
Good morning, Du.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Very well.
Yes.
Karibu sana. One of the things that people don't know is that you often are tuned in and listening and watching the show and having conversations, and we see you pipe up when it then comes to medical conversations that we have, especially around the vaccines and what we may be sold as solutions to certain things. So you've often joined us in that sphere and in that arena. So it's good to have you in the studio this morning. What we're looking at today is debunking some of the myths around COVID. Many things were said. We'll come into some of those in just a minute. But Dennis is going to welcome you to the show. We'd love to get your interpretation of today's proverb.
Yes, today we are in the Comoros. It's a beautiful country that is known for vanilla, and it's called Ying and Lang.
Ling Lang,
which is used for making perfumes and also cloves, which is huge when it comes to the cuisine. And you would talk about their culture, which is mostly influenced by Swahili, Arabic, and the Malagasy traditions. And when you have an opportunity to go there, so they have the kazoo, which is an outfit for men, and for women it's called shira. So if you have an opportunity for going there, you ask for shira and have a bit and taste of what they have to offer there. But let's go to the proverb. You can win a woman with lies, but you cannot feed her with lies. You can win a woman with lies, but you cannot feed her with lies. How would you interpret that?
Oh, wow. That's very interesting. I think that it's actually quite straightforward, that, but it can be taken as figurative also. You can, there's something called an emotional bank account. So you can convince somebody emotionally through the way you speak to them, and their emotional bank account is high. But every time you don't fulfill the promise, it's like you're making a withdrawal until you reach zero, and then it becomes to negative, and it's not sustainable. Lies are not sustainable. So the only way you can keep the emotional bank account high is by keeping your promises. So I see it.
Well put.
Very well put.
Yeah.
Okay. So in 2019, November, December, we started to hear rumblings, and the chatter was real, that there's this now new disease that is moving in from the eastern part of the world, and that because of travel, we're likely to see it on this side of the globe, and then it was starting to spread. All right, we came out of Christmas and into 2020, and by that time, Italy was on its knees. Parts of Western Europe were starting to suffer. Doctors came out of retirement. People were dying in the streets of hospitals and were being mass graves, essentially, were being put up to bury the dead who died from this thing, which we now hear is called COVID-19. Before we knew it, we were told how as Africans we were going to drop off the face of the earth like flies. And then Big Pharma went to work, and they said, you know what? We need to now get a vaccine that's going to treat these people. And then campaigns began. The World Health Organization told us that we need to wash our hands, and that we need to stay away from each other, and that we need to cover our faces with masks. And then the world shut down. For 9 months, nobody went anywhere. Flights were grounded. Presidents were having meetings by Zoom. Businesses flourished in one way, because then now things that people never knew became the new normal. In fact, that was a phrase. The new normal came out of COVID. And then the man to your left, who this morning has been baptized as also did some stories about things that were happening as a result of COVID. All of this happened, country shut down, and then we were told there's a vaccine. And we jabbed ourselves, we lined up, jabbed ourselves across countries. And then they said, in order for this thing to work really well, jab yourselves again. So we jabbed twice. Then others, the man to your right, jabbed 3 times. People were jabbed once, twice. Others said never. This is a conspiracy theory. Somebody wants to get rich somewhere, and that's why they're asking us to jab ourselves for a common flu that people can get over. Dr. Ada Tatu, you are one of those who believe, or according to what you say, with the evidence, that some of these things were not necessary. Please, walk us through.
I think the original plan, there's something called what we call Hegelian dialectic. So it's very diabolical. And the people who wanted to bring the so-called vaccine knew that they could only have mass vaccination that would be to their gain and their profit. Once it's called create a problem, get a reaction, and then come in with the solution that you had planned all along. Yeah, so there's something that we call the cabal, the people who actually rule the world. And in conjunction with the World Health Organization and the United Nations, they had always planned to get this profit from the so-called, I don't call it a vaccine. And so what they needed to do was create terror in the masses. And so they created this biological weapon. Actually, COVID-19 was a biological weapon that created the disease in people, so that people could see that, and then they would, by continuous messaging in the media, using the mass media to terrify people to death, and then say the only way we can get back to normal is by this solution, which they had planned all along. So it was very diabolical, and it wasn't a vaccine as we know it, which a vaccine is to prevent disease. But this was a depopulating agent. Both of them are depopulating agents. The COVID disease, which is a biological weapon, which was produced by gain of function, there was actually a moratorium against that. But you know that Dr. Fauci actually paid the Wuhan lab, gave them the grant to come up with this disease that would cause a lot of mayhem in the world. So that then everything was planned in Event 201, October 2019. They simulated everything that they were going to do. And then in early 2020, they actually rolled it out. Okay. You know, in medicine, we're supposed to give hope. There's never been a situation where you go at 3 o'clock every day to tell people how many people have died. You know, causing despair in people so that they would be so terrified, and basically breaking down the economic system through the lockdowns. Everything was planned. In Event 201, they even had the World Health Organization and the Cabal. They even simulated what they were going to do.
Okay, Dr. Tatu.
Yeah.
How do we know this? The things that you say are very serious. And you say it with such ease. I'm wondering, how do you know this? Where do you get this information from that essentially says that folks plan? And we know that Dr. Fauci at some point was interdicted by the US Senate over some of these things that you say. But to the extent that he paid a lab in Wuhan to create what you're calling a weapon of biological warfare, that's major. Where do you get this information?
All these things
and
are
how do we...
They're in the public domain.
They could be in the public domain, but that doesn't mean that they're true.
The letter from NIAID has been exposed from Dr. Fauci. That one you can get it it's all in the public domain. There's a lecture that Dr. David Martin gave to the World Health Organization in 2023, and he exposed all that. And all these documents are actually out there that you can get them. I would never say anything by hearsay. And Dr. David Martin is actually mandated. He actually has his whole career is about bioweapons, so he is very qualified to say these things. And I was a member of the International Association of the Disease-Free World from 2020, and we always used to have these lectures, and they used to expose all these things that were going on. They called us conspiracy theorists, but it has turned out to be conspiracy realists. And so all these things actually turned out to be true, because people have died en masse, and we continue to lose people that we love from the so-called vaccine, which is what Dr. Zelenko so rightly called the poison death trap. So not everybody was given that. Let me give you hope that many people were injected with saline and water because they knew that if everybody started getting sick, there would be a lot of suspicion. So depending on the batch that you got, then you are safe, especially if you're not sick until now.
Okay, you say we. You've said we a couple of times. That we know. We. Who is we? And then are you part of a group, a consortium of folks? You are a medical doctor.
Yes.
Have you studied along these lines? Are you part of an association who, having then established some of these things, maybe give us some of that background for us to then understand how then you can say we?
Okay, there was an International Association for a Disease-Free World, which I still belong to. And then there were so many doctors whose sole aim was to get the truth out there and get people treated. And we were treating people, the Kenya Catholic Doctors Association. I'm a member of that association. And we were actually treating people, and we also treated ourselves when we got COVID. But because they were so, the cabal, the World Health Organization cabal, was so determined to have this rollout of the jab and benefit from it materially, they suppressed the fact that ivermectin was working. These were repurposed drugs like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and zinc. So we were giving all these medications and people were getting well. But they knew that they wouldn't be allowed to have the emergency use authorization, which is what they were aiming for. The emergency use authorization, EUA, would only be allowed if there was no alternative. So that was the narrative out there, that there's absolutely no treatment. People are falling like flies. And so also we had the Kenya Catholic Doctors Association and a multitude of doctors internationally who were being silenced, who were being cancelled, who were being sacked from their jobs, deregistered. So it was like an international coalition of doctors who, for the truth, basically. But the mass media was much, much louder than we were, and people were terrified of losing their jobs. Myself, I've got nothing to lose, so...
because you work for yourself?
Yes, I work for myself, but most doctors, even those who have discovered what went down, they're not going to say it because they have their jobs to look after.
Dr. You called this a biological weapon that was launched against masses, right?
Yes.
And you talk about Wuhan and Dr. Fauci. And just on the face of it, one would ask the question, you talk about Wuhan is China, Dr. Fauci is America, and enter in the geopolitics that do exist. At what point and using what evidence then do you say what it is you're saying and allegations you're giving?
Actually, they're not allegations, they're accusations, because the letter is out there, and there was a moratorium. A moratorium is something that prohibits you from doing gain-of-function research. Gain-of-function research is about how to make a pathogen as pathogenic and as harmful as possible to human beings. And so that was already, it was already prohibited in the US. So what they did was to have the research being done in this particular lab outside the country. But the aim was to get a pathogen as pathogenic as possible to cause disease, then get the reaction problem solution. And Fauci has also been accused of lying in broad daylight. He actually said that when people are the only way we can get people to agree to this and deny their ideological BS, that's what he called it.
He's been accused. I've been accused.
Yeah.
I've been accused of wearing a red shirt on a Monday morning. Could be true, could not be true. He's been accused. It's not been proven. There's nobody who has come up and said, I was in the room when Dr. Fauci paid somebody to come up with biological warfare. There was a letter. Who was this letter by? Who was it delivered to?
The NIAD letterhead is there with his signature.
I could come up with a letterhead today, Dr.
I can Photoshop it.
I can do a letterhead today and say that it was written by Dr. Eda Tatu. I could do that.
Yeah,
anybody could. There has to be beyond reasonable doubt that something like this has happened, and it would have some traction on the global scale for us to say, wait a minute, there's something here.
Yeah,
there doesn't seem to be anything like that. from what you're saying?
No, because the Dr. David Martin is actually mandated to do that.
By whom, for what?
For the American, he works for the America. He works in the United States.
As who?
And he's actually been mandated to be like the watchdog for bioweapons. Yeah.
In what
And that is his
organization?
career.
In what organization?
By
the American government?
Yes, by the American government. That's actually his. So when he says that it is, and he came up with that letter and it was never denied, and he made this presentation to the World Health Organization, that is what came out, and it is true. And the problem is that the World Health Organization had already from 1947 had declared itself immune for all types of prosecution. So that is why we're in the situation that we're in. It's to raise awareness, because you can sue for any product in the world if you have an adverse effect. But when it comes to vaccines, the vaccine cabal has actually allowed themselves to have complete immunity to that.
Well,
and in a document that was signed by President Bush in 2005. So that is the dilemma that we're in. It's just advising people to find out whether a jab is necessary. Like you said, always start with the question, is this necessary? Especially in light of there being any other treatment. Yeah, for example.
Well, this doctor that you've actually quoted a few times has been, in terms of credibility and just evaluating a lot of the statements that he's made, he's also been mentioned as someone who's come across as making very extreme claims that either lack scientific proof or peer reviews, and also there are questions around verifying a lot of the things that he's also said. And in terms of framing of events and situations like this one now we're discussing, there are fact checkers that have said, look, the things that are very scientific, and I just want us to take a step back from all these different views and just look at the coronavirus we knew. The thing is, before 2019, coronavirus actually was there, just like other viruses. The Ebola virus, the Marburg virus, there is the Lassa fever virus, and there's so many other these different types of viruses that come as a result of human-animal interactions, for example, either from rodents or from bats in the case of coronavirus. And you start to trace from the 60s when there was the first case that was reported, and this was in Europe, but this was not, there were respiratory issues when the first case was reported. Then the build-up, and this is all scientific, there's evidence that backs these claims. Then you come to 2019, you're saying that Fauci actually funded a lab in Wuhan that then ended up creating this virus in the lab, then to unleash it first in Wuhan, China, killing so many people there, then spread it around the world to depopulate. So the agenda was to depopulate the world. Is that what you're saying? And you've mentioned a cabal that then was behind this, and you've mentioned WHO was behind this. So how is WHO then benefiting from depopulating the earth? You mentioned the issue is making money.
Yes.
Then money to do what? To create more vaccines, or money to do what?
You know that the World Health Organization is 88% funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Yeah.
So Bill Gates is also part of the cabal.
Oh, yes. Yeah, definitely. He's done a lot. He's spent a lot of money to clear up his image as a philanthropist. But actually, even he himself has said that most of the money he has made is from the vaccine industry. He gets his money back through that. And what you're talking about, the coronavirus as a pathogen was first isolated in 1965 in the United States. And then in 1966, that is when between 1966 and 1967, that's when the United States of America and the UK had a collaboration to try and make it infectious to the human being, so that they could create a vaccine for it. And so this is how far the issue goes. And the World Health Organization has, there's three parts. There's actually, did you know that there's a council for eugenics inside the World Health Organization? It has a eugenics department. The eugenics is actually a pseudoscience, and it's all about how to reduce the undesirable populations from the world. And this is what has been, even the first and second directors of the World Health Organization actually put this as part of their vision for the World Health Organization, is to reduce the population of the world.
Why? What's the benefit of reducing the world's population? You know that the eugenics department, eugenics is all about there being a hierarchy of races, with the blonde and the blue-eyed, the Aryan at the very top, and the Africans at the bottom. And Africans we have resources, so it makes sense to reduce the African population. But Africans didn't die during COVID. Africans did not die during COVID. That was what the thought would be. I believe it was Melinda Gates who actually said to people, well, this is actually going to affect Africans. It didn't. Italians died. Americans died. Brits died. The people that you're saying essentially eugenics would protect died in greater number. But the whole idea was to bring the jab. Are you understanding the Hegelian dialectic? No, the idea didn't come to fruition. It didn't come to fruition, COVID, yes. Right? So can we actually say that based on what you're saying, that if that was the thought, if this eugenics department operates with or exists within the World Health Organization, and if one of the ways to then be able to make the ideology come through was through COVID, that was a big belly flop. Yeah, it did flop because, first of all, the idea didn't take very well in Africa, did it? And you need to remember that we have sunshine, we have access to vitamin D, which is something that's very big in the immunity. Our diet is much better. We have water, we drink plenty of water. But actually, if you look at the countries where the people really died, their diet is not good. So the Italian diet is one of the best diets in the world. It's the Mediterranean diet, one of the best natural. They grew up eating this food. How did they die in number? Well, they had a lower immunity. That's what I know. The older Italians have come up with 50 years of eating olives and tomatoes and living off of the Mediterranean diet is being used for diets around the world today. If what you're saying is true, Dr. Tatu, why did we have Italians essentially being the ones dying like flies off the face of the earth if what you're saying is true? From COVID. Not anything else. Doctors were called out of retirement to take care of the sick who are coming in droves to Italian hospitals. Why? Well, it's not necessarily that they were eating the Mediterranean diet, but there was a lot of death in the Western countries because of the lower immunity. Because there is a lot of, especially like in America, you have the African Americans tend to eat a lot of junk. Did the people who the folks who work in the World Health Organization, and of course we know that they have their tentacles around the world. When you talk about sun, Africans have sun. They drink a lot of water. Did they not know this?
This is what in fact, all that information was being suppressed, just like access to the repurposed drugs.
Oh, come on, they've been here. They know. There's a CDC on the African continent, for crying out loud.
Yes,
Did they not know that Africa has sun? Did they not know that it's possible that people could actually fight this disease with their immunity based on what is available on the African continent, the sun, the drinking of the water, the traditional diets? They must have known this. And so they've thought, maybe we should tweak this a little bit more. If we're going to kill these people and suppress the population with this disease, we should also know. It seems to me that it's such an elaborate plan that they would have had and not taken into consideration that the sun exists in Africa.
In fact, I think you have a very pure heart, Ndu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's very hard for, one thing we've realized, very hard for the African mind to understand how people can be sitting in a room.
I can understand. Please understand my question.
Yes.
How did somebody come up with such a scientifically elaborate plan to do away with populations of an Africa and still not take into consideration the things that you have said, that our immunity is stronger because we have access to the sun, because we drink water, because we have traditional food? You don't come up with such an elaborate scientific plan to do away with populations and not consider things that are natural to this habitat. How do you do that? These are guys who could pinpoint you from where you sit right here, but they don't know that there's sun on the continent?
They do. If you would let me just speak, the whole plan was to bring out the vaccination en masse. You do understand that. And so the way they were going to do it, the maximum number of deaths was not really supposed to come through the bioweapon of COVID. It was supposed to come through the jabs. And the only way people would accept to be jabbed en masse was if they were terrified to death. You understand? So that the whole plan was the Hegelian dialectic. I said the problem, the reaction, and the solution. And all these recommendations that we, the doctors who were trying to save lives, talking about vitamin D, talking about diet, all these things were being very much suppressed in the population. So unless you were in that WhatsApp group, and if you had talked about these things, in fact, the word vaccine would have your video deleted from YouTube. Most of the information you'll find is on Rumble and the alternative, the media. But if you have the word vaccine, if you had the word COVID, your video was flagged and everything was pushed down. So people used to muzzle, like when you're saying vaccine, you just say zzz, or if you want to say COVID, just say, something like that, because there was a very calculated campaign to make sure people do not know that there was alternative treatment from repurposed drugs, that diet and vitamin D was saving people. If you even notice that the people who were actually dying en masse in Kenya were the middle and upper class who didn't really sit out in the sun a lot. People in the estates. But if you look at the slum areas, places like Kibera, where there's so many in the house, probably they all just go out first thing in the morning, they have access to sunshine. There were actually no deaths.
But we also know there was the idea of herd immunity. There was also that conversation. The things that you've said, and I just want to follow a certain train of thought. There's an argument. If you look at the budgets for a lot of these pharmaceutical companies, then the money that they make from vaccines is much less compared to the money that they make through chronic disease drugs, for example. So the argument that the plan was to roll out vaccines to make money, it's not sustainable then in the long term compared to chronic disease drugs. So that is one argument. And I don't want to get into the details of it because I'll then very easily get into conspiracy theories around this. But those were facts in terms of the budgets and where they make the money from. But in terms of looking at the origins of this, because you've said this thing was actually manufactured as a bioweapon, we've looked at scientific and credible evidence then of SARS-CoV-2 before we started talking about COVID-19. And the closest relatives of the virus were found in wild bats. That is a fact. And this is in southern China and Southeast Asia. Now, the two scientific hypotheses, because I covered this story in COVID Millionaires, the two things that we're looking at, one is if this is a natural spillover, which then you tend to disagree and say this was actually clearly planned. The natural spillover then from wildlife to human beings. And then from human beings, they start spreading it amongst themselves. And the second bit was now this accidental or deliberate lab leak. That this thing was manufactured in a lab in Wuhan, and then it was spread, the virus was spread around the world. These two are still being studied. However, there's a Wuhan Institute of Virology and Funding, which does a lot of the researches on coronaviruses, where this thing actually leaked from. And some of the research, which the US intelligence in the assessment actually ended up declassifying in 2023, saying that the virus was actually not developed as a biological weapon. These, are just records as well. So we can quote records and then declassify this. And we can also quote records that then speak of, okay, so Dr. Fauci was mentioned, or there was a letter that then is purported to have been written, and money that was actually that was paid. So the claim that COVID-19 then was designed to reduce the world population has had a challenge in getting verifiable data and facts. So the thing is, when we say that it was released to depopulate the world, the people that it ended up killing in Europe, Ndo's quoted Italy, in the United States itself, Asia, from all the way from India, all over, it was not picking certain individuals. This thing was killing so many people. And it was, the thing is, when we say natural selection, so it is, if you get it, depending on your immunity status and so many other factors, then you are prone to either have long-term effects of the virus, or you'll actually simply die. So if the plan was to depopulate the world, how are they insulating themselves from, or people who are close to them from not getting this virus to begin with?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to refute the fact that they didn't make money. Pfizer and Moderna actually did make a lot of money. That's why the word COVID and vaccine is not having your channel flagged and demonetized or whatever. They've already made a lot of money, in the hundreds of billions. Yeah. So that one is in the public domain also, the kind of money that they have made. And yes, a lot of money. I think we go back to the issue that the money was to be, it is, there are three things that they do to make the money, to depopulate the world, and of course, that is the Hegelian dialectic is. I'm going back to the solution, the problem, create a problem. That problem was not the one that was going to be the massive depopulation. The depopulation was going to come from the massive vaccination exercises, which is how they got their money. And like you said, the big pharmaceutical agencies.
Wait, did you say, so the depopulation was not the release of the virus itself, it's not the vaccines?
No, it was from, the release of the virus itself was to create the terror, to get the problem, and then you get the reaction from the people. Lockdowns and all, everything was planned, how you get the lockdowns and people losing their businesses and all that. And then you telling them that we will only go back to normal when this happens. Like telling people you will not get a job. You had talked about yourself being coerced. Many people were coerced into it. And all this is against the Hippocratic oath that we doctors took, which is fully informed consent. First of all, you're supposed to do no harm. That is non-maleficence. The second one, always do good. Number 3 is fully informed consent. And the fourth one is justice for all, including exposing when malpractices are performed. So this whole thing of the emergency use authorization, the doctors calling this safe and effective. And yet, in fact, Pfizer and Moderna themselves have confessed that they talked that it was an experimental. It was an experimental mRNA agent. But they even said that if we had used those words, experimental mRNA gene therapy, nobody would have accepted the jab. But they have confessed that that's what it was. And now they had to call it a vaccine so that people who were terrified to death. I mean, we're having like car accidents, yeah? Like 10,000 car accidents. People are dying of malaria. People are dying from AIDS. But at 3 o'clock every day, you would have, what's his name, Mutahi and Mwangangi on TV telling how many people have died. And the numbers were much less than that, than from car accidents and other things. So the whole idea was to terrify people to death so that they would
take the vaccine. So Dr. Tatu, so the idea is, okay, create all this chaos and reactions.
Yes.
Then people take vaccines.
Yes.
So the depopulation now is after people have taken the vaccines.
So not from the disease itself.
Not from the disease. The disease itself was to create the fear.
So, Dr.
Yeah,
my question is,
they knew they would get their
while
numbers.
creating the fear and coming up with this bioweapon, as you call it, you look at the people who died because of the bioweapon. It was from the West. So my question to you is, was this bioweapon targeted to the people in the West because then they knew that the terror would be sent? But then again, there is the question of the batch numbers of people who were injected. You say some were injected with saline and water. What evidence do you have to show that that actually happened? And did you take any of these batches into laboratories for you to say, this happened, this is my evidence? Because absence of that, all that you're saying remains just being hearsay.
You can actually trace your batch number, and there's something which is called.
Have you traced any batch numbers yourself
Not
for you to
personally,
say?
Not personally, but I know people who have.
So then, what evidence would you have to back everything that you're saying right now?
Okay, there's the international organization called VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Effects Association, where you can actually send when you've had an adverse effect. You can actually write to the organization and tell them that you've had an incident. So under that organization, then you just say the hospital and you get the batch number. That's where people were doing it from. But people were not, people are actually very afraid of speaking out, because they do remember the people who were being called anti-vaxxers, and they were mocking them. So now it's like they're feeling very ashamed that they did get adverse effects, and they have one of them, they're generally afraid of being picked up and being harassed and being tortured. Yeah, so they we try to convince them that they can. Some have, but some haven't. And so there are many Kenyans who are suffering the adverse effects of the jab. There's a lady who even came to me at a funeral with her. I saw her introducing herself, and she actually gave me her husband's funeral. You have this funeral? What do you call it?
Eulogy.
Yeah, the eulogy magazine. And she's telling me my husband died of lung failure after the COVID infection.
Was there any lab
after
tests?
the COVID infection, not the vaccine?
So there's some people who actually died. In fact, we have many friends who passed on from the COVID infection. But you see, the whole response of the World Health Organization suppressing the treatment, and then putting people under ventilation, and giving people a drug which is called remdesivir, which actually causes kidney failure. All these were on the protocol. And remdesivir had been banned they had found it to be very, very toxic during the Ebola pandemic. So this is what they were now saying must be used. So that is how my friend also died, She was given remdesivir, she was put on a ventilator, and it was like, they were using methods that were known to cause death. So we did lose a lot of people from the infection itself, but now we continue to lose people from myocarditis, from clots, from stroke. Many women and men are actually infertile. So we're getting so many problems now, which are coming so much longer after the fact. But even Dr. Peter Makolo has said that 73 up to 74% of the deaths were found to be caused by the jab. So, like in those in the Western countries, the people who died from the jab were after the jab were investigated and postmortems were done, and it was found that up to 74% were directly related to the jab. And Dr. Arne, who has done all the postmortems in America, he came back from retirement. He did all the postmortems, and he directly was able to relate it to, because you become, after the jab, you start making spike proteins. If you've gotten the poison one, it makes you produce
Sorry, if you've received
proteins.
the poisoned one?
Yeah.
The poison jab.
The poison jab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poison vaccine.
mRNA.
Okay, so you're saying for us who took the jab,
Not all of them are poisoned.
no, but that we just hang on.
Yeah.
So for those who took Johnson and Johnson, I don't know which one you took. Your Johnson and Johnson. Which one did you take? Pfizer.
Yes, I took the Pfizer one.
And there was the
I also took the Pfizer one, and then we were later told you can actually
mix them.
You can mix them. It's not a problem. So the first jab was the Pfizer, second one was Johnson. So you're saying these vaccines in our bodies, the whole agenda of this whole conversation is to depopulate the earth.
Yeah.
So if you're not dying instantly through the virus itself, then you have long-term effects or sicknesses and illnesses that will catch up with you later in the years that then will lead to deaths and therefore depopulating the earth. That was the agenda.
And morbidity, yeah.
And morbidity.
Yeah.
So you're saying infertility is one of them?
Oh, yes. We have
in both men and women?
Yes, we have a huge upsurge of people who are suffering from infertility right now.
Is there any research to back what you're saying?
Yes, there's a lot of research. In fact, there's the whole book
done locally here in Kenya, and one would ask the question in terms of infertility cases in the country as we speak today.
Yeah.
What are the numbers before COVID and after COVID?
That research, I don't have the numbers for that. But what I do know is that in 2014, the World Health Organization actually did roll out a so-called vaccine called the anti-tetanus vaccine. They made a campaign for all women of reproductive age from 15 to 45 to come for the what you call it, tetanus toxoid, to, in inverted commas, prevent their child from getting tetanus. And the Catholic Doctors Association actually isolated, took samples from those and discovered that there was something called beta HCG in there that was actually bound to the toxoid, the tetanus toxoid, to make the woman make antibodies to any future children. So the women were actually aborting their children without knowing it, and many of them became sterile. Actually, one of my friends is one of them, and they actually did isolate that. So this is one of the reasons why we cannot trust the World Health.
Are you a proponent of vaccines? Because the association you're referring to has rejected a lot of vaccines, including baby vaccines, women vaccines. Do you believe in vaccines?
I'm not an anti-vaxxer. All my children are vaccinated. The problem I have with is unnecessary vaccines. Yeah? So like Ndu started with the beginning, the first question you should ask is it necessary? Because really we're a third world country, and we need money for things like malaria, we need things for TB. So if you have something, for example, if you take the hepatitis vaccine for a newborn, every mother in Kenya is tested for hepatitis B, blood group. You have wives, and she's tested for HIV, This is a sexually transmitted disease. My children are all vaccinated, but they're all adults. Now, why would you introduce hepatitis vaccine for a newborn, a sexually transmitted disease, in a baby whose mother has been tested for hepatitis. What's the rationale? Because it's very good to test for hepatitis B when somebody is sexually active, yeah? This child, I'm assuming they won't be active for the next 10 years, at least. So why are we giving hepatitis jab to a newborn and it protects somebody for 10 years? So the rationale is actually there's a lot of things which are unnecessary. Yeah?
Like what? So what are the necessary vaccines? What are the necessary vaccines? Hepatitis clearly is an unnecessary vaccine, according
for a newborn, right?
For a newborn, according to what you said. So what are the necessary ones then?
I would think of, like this rollout of, what is this vaccine which is being given to girls in schools as an anti-cancer vaccine? HPV, yeah? If you do your pap smear, it can actually protect you. It can actually...
it will show you if there is an abnormal growth of cells.
Yeah.
Okay.
So every 2-3 years, if you do your pap smear, that is enough. So the so-called HPV vaccine only prevents against like 2 strains. Yeah. So why is it being rolled out en masse on our daughters as a mandatory vaccine and then marketed? You see, the marketing is very important as an anti-cancer vaccine, anti-cancer. But yes, it's true that cancer of the cervix is caused by
this virus,
HPV. Yes. Yeah. But when you give your 13-year-old girl, for example, the HPV vaccine, what are you telling her? Because it's an STD, isn't it? You're telling her it's kind of like a license to become sexually active.
Oh, that's one side of the argument.
So anyway,
a blanket thing that you're saying.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, if there's something much more cost-effective, like a pap smear, as soon as you become sexually active, you can do a pap smear every 2-3 years, which will show abnormal cells in the cervix, and that can be treated very quickly, very on a much cost-effective scale compared to just en masse giving high school girls an HPV jab, which has actually been found. If you check the documentary Sacrificial Virgins, that will tell you how many people have sued because of the adverse effects, especially neurological, of the so-called HPV vaccine.
Okay.
But it was actually pulled off YouTube, and you'll only find it on Rumble and other alternative media.
One of the issues is the time that it took. We should go back to COVID for a little bit because our time is running out. Is the time that it took to develop the COVID vaccine. We have vaccines that we're using today that have been in trial runs for decades. And then it, brings them forth after a very long time. Does this give rise to any of the worry that we see? I believe because the world shut down for 9 months essentially, and then we started to see some movement in October, November. This vaccine, you said, whatever this was, according to you, is that it took about 4 months to go through trial stage and then presented as viable to use on human population. Was that an issue as well?
Yes, it was a very it was a very serious issue, and that is why they wanted to fast track it under the emergency use authorization, so that they could roll it out. It takes usually minimum of 10 years before a vaccine can be rolled out with multiple tests. Yeah. So the fact that it was rolled out under emergency use authorization, and they had to fast track it because they were suppressing all these alternative treatments that we were giving. They were sacking all the doctors. They were deregistering the doctors. For example, like they had to tell all the gynecologists in America that you'll actually lose your license if you don't give it to expectant women. And there were horrific events. 80% of the women who were given in the first trimester actually lost their babies.
So it was to depopulate America now?
do you know that there's actually an NSSM document by the Henry Kissinger, 1974, which says that all the foreign policy to the third world is going to be about the depopulation. But it seems like now they've actually, it's just blanket because
across the world.
America, the US, even Bill Gates actually gave a TED talk where he said the population is going to 9 billion and we want it to be 500 million. So, and we're going to do it through vaccines, you see, and reproductive health services, which is obviously the sexual and reproductive health and rights, which is depopulation on steroids. Abortion, contraception, and all that.
It's a conversation that could take us days to then be able to get through. There are many proponents of both sides of this conversation, and in terms of what really did happen with COVID-19, trying to then be able to come out and have a lot of these things come to the fore is the necessity of this conversation. And of course, the theories remain in people's minds in terms of what may or may not have happened. But one thing that rings true is that fact is fact, and regardless of whatever side that fact then comes through, is perhaps what we continue chasing. And let's see. But we want to thank you for being part of this conversation this morning. Dr. Editatu is a counseling medical doctor. She's been here with us this morning, trying to debunk some of the myths around COVID-19, its vaccines, and what's happening with the world's population today. Our research continues. Our conversations continue. Thank you so much, Dr. Terry. And
thank you for having me.
Thank you. And for starting off this week's Situation Room this Monday. Asante sana, everybody. The conversations continue. Have yourselves a good day. We'll talk more. It's 2 minutes past 10.
Thank you very much.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Former senior advisor to President William Ruto, Moses Kuria, has defended Uhuru Kenyatta after the government pushed back against remarks by the former president, who said the country is moving backward. Writing on X, Kuria said Kenyatta has every right to express his views about everything and anything. Kuria added that Kenyatta, whom Deputy President Kithure